Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Escape to Nature. I am hoping for a beautiful day. Of course, right now we are in the beautiful Okokoyo in Namibia, but of course, we'll be going to various locations today on Escape to Nature and hoping to see lots. That being said, not expecting anything. Just gonna go with the flow and hopefully Mother Nature will spoil us. My name is Lisa. I will be one of your naturalists today. And of course, I'm the one monitoring the different water holes with the dam cams. So yes, I'm really, really excited for the day and everything it will hopefully bring for us. We just had some, well, they slightly in the picture a little bit still. Had some zebras as well that came for some water, but as we know here at Okokoyo, you know, the animals come and go during the day, which is just so wonderful because we literally just can wait for the animals to come to us. So I'm very excited to see what the various water holes will spoil us with today. But you can see so far it is promising to be a beautiful sunny day here in Okokoyo, from what I can see at least. But speaking of which, let us take a look at today's weather. Oh, so it does look like we are going to have some good weather, especially here in Okokoyo today. Hopefully it stays that way. As we've learned in Africa, you know, it can literally change any minute. But I am super excited for today. I said to myself this morning, you know, we're not going to hope for anything. We're not going to expect anything in particular. And yes, hopefully, hopefully that will, you know, just spoil us. Not spoil it, but spoil us. And of course, it is now the general birding season in Namibia, which generally is November to March. So I'm also going to have a look out for some interesting birds today, hopefully. Of course, the landscape here does make it a little bit more challenging due to the white rocks and everything camouflaging so well within it. But we will definitely have a look at the trees and hopefully see some birds of prey or even any interesting birds that we might find today. But yes, please let me know what you want to see today. As I said, I'm not having any expectations. I know what I have in my mind, but I'm not going to put it into the universe. So please do get in touch with us. If you have any comments, questions, anything you would like us to know about or ask us about, please do let us know, because at the end of the day, you know, this is your safari and we would really love for you to enjoy it, learn as much as possible, and we really love hearing from all of you. MK, yes, definitely. I have to say we are always very blessed with Okokoyo. There's always some sort of animal around. But as I say, that being said, you know, we should never take them for granted. But Yes, Ukokoyo is generally a very wonderful place for us to sort of look at the animals. But that being said, we tend to think that there's always animals around here, or even in Mashatu, or even at Gowrie Dam in Juma. But sometimes you have surprising days. Like yesterday, we did not really see anything at Mashatu the whole day yesterday, from morning to evening, which was interesting. Because generally there is at least elephants, but that was not the case yesterday. So once again, we were just reminded, just appreciate everything you see whenever you see them. Oh, and I love starting a day with all of the bird calls and just the absolute peace and serenity around any waterhole, whether it's here or in Juma or at Mashatu, or of course any of our other locations. It's just always, I don't know, for me it's such a therapeutic start to the day. Lindy, you would like to know which bird call is my favorite. Oh, Mindy, my apologies. I have various. I love the cliche African fish eagle, which is very iconic to Africa. And I love little grebes, the tiny ones we see in the water. Well, not right now, but I will try to show you a bit later. And then I think my ultimate favorite would probably have to be a woodlands kingfisher, because they are summer migrants, so you only get to hear them in the summertime, but it's a beautiful sort of like a and you can hear them from very far away, and it's a stunning bird as well. They don't just have a beautiful call, it's really such a beautiful bird as well. So that is my favorite bird call, but yes, let me know what's your favorite bird call. I know a lot of people have different bird calls, that they love. Also, red-crested koran. I love that call they do before they do this display. So, yes, but honestly, any bird call, I love them all. It's just as soon as you hear birds, you just know you're amongst nature and you're very fortunate to just exist amongst these creatures, really. Of course, my least favorite would be the harida. You all are very familiar with them by now. But for those of you that do not know what they sound like, it sounds like a bird with a huge fear of heights. They literally, they scream. That's all they do. And to this day, I do not know why they do that. Of course, it's a communication aid, but yes. It is not music to your ears. So for some people it might be. I know a lot of the times, when we had people from other countries, they loved it. They thought it's so, exquisite and exotic. But for us that are so used to it, again, just shows you we must take nothing for granted. But yes, that and the go away bird also has a fairly annoying call, I would say. And we've got zebras joining the party as well. Again, as I say, we did have two earlier on as well. But I love zebras, especially when they are drinking water, especially on a beautiful clear day like this one. The reflections in the water are just absolutely beautiful. If you just look at that springbok right now, it's, small things, but it's just so stunning. Good morning, Mr. Oryx as well. Mr. and Mrs. Interestingly enough, I have not yet seen an oryx for myself in the wild, in real life. But interestingly enough, I saw the first young oryx or baby oryx with Andrew yesterday in Amakala on the Sunset Safari, which was very interesting for me. I've never seen them before. So even as naturalists, there's always something new for us to see. I know Ben also experienced Dewey yesterday playing with its stick, which he's never seen before. And again, that just shows us, don't take things for granted in the wild. Because often, you will converse with other naturalists or other wildlife enthusiasts, and you're like, have you never seen this before? And to you may have thought, okay, well, you've seen it so many times, so it must be common. And it is not at all common. Like, I know a lot of naturalists that have been guiding for easily 10, 20, 30 years that have not yet seen their first pangolin out in the wild. And for me, I think my current count is 11 pangolin sightings that I've had. But again, everything is just so special, whether it's an endangered species or not an endangered species. So we really have to appreciate everything out here. And especially the position that we are in. For me, as the waterhole naturalists, we just get to experience all of this, and these animals have no idea that we are here. That is a fairly impressive set of horns on this impala. It's rather huge, and it's very wide as well. Generally, obviously it's a bit more narrow, curving a bit more inwards, but this is a beautiful, beautiful impala ram. I think this might be one of the biggest impala rams I've seen in terms of horn structures. Where did you go, impala? I lost you. From the side, he's not that impressive, but I mean, from a frontal view, he's really, really got a beautiful set of horns. Just when I have a look-see, I think our zebras would have arrived by now. Because, of course, as I say, all animals are beautiful when they are drinking with their reflections in the water, but zebra reflections are quite something. For myself, at least. maybe I'm just easily impressed. Because that being said, anything in nature really does impress me very, very and fairly easy. Gerald, you would like to know if the animals make space for one another and if they coexist easily. Yes, definitely. These animals don't mind each other because, they all know they're not going to eat each other. So it's not a problem at all. Generally, if you see elephants arriving now, you'll sort of see the animals just out of respect and common logic giving them space. They are massive animals, of course. But yes, all of these animals can coexist. They can, sort of let each other know if there's any potential threats, any predators around. But generally at a big water hole like this, luckily it's not the Masai Mara where there's thousands of animals at once. So yes, definitely they will make space for each other if they need to. But generally from what I've seen, for the most part, it isn't really necessary, like for them to, when you arrive late to church or somewhere, sort of scoot in for a place or a space on a bench. Luckily, they don't really have that problem here. But again, they have no problem with one another, so they will always sort of respect each other and just give each other space if needed. And again, animals are so tuned in with one another, more than I think we will ever fathom or even, begin to understand. And like we hear these beautiful bird calls right now and everything, the animals are all pretty chilled. But if there were to be an alarm call, perhaps from a bird or something, they'll definitely pay more attention, which to me is just so incredible. Or if there's animals, perhaps zebras fighting amongst themselves, the animals will all sort of pay attention but not really mind it. But as soon as an alarm call goes off from any of these species, they will all immediately stop whatever they're doing and have a look at what's going on. Carol, that brown patch, yes, has been created by the animals. So, of course, animals form game paths, which I will try to show you. Generally, you'll see now all of these animals, as soon as they start moving off, they all follow. There we go. Those zebras are getting on the game path. I thought they're not going to follow the script today. But yes, that is what we call a game path. And then often you'll see close to the water, but even if it's not close to a water hole, you'll see patches like this. Because animals like wildebeest, for instance, they have got preorbital glands on their faces, and they actually rub themselves and sort of roll around in the soil to give off their scent. Same with zebras. Zebras dust bathe, and that then generally sort of clears that little patch. And again, that's a way for the animals to help one another, because they see, okay, well, here's an open patch, as opposed to having to create a new one in all of those rocks. Oh, what a beautiful and splendid way to start our morning. And often you'll have people saying, okay, well, Lisa, we see this every day. Yes, perhaps. And other days we don't. Alrighty. Let me just take a further look-see. Just make sure no one is approaching the water hole, as we have often seen that happening. No, not as yet. There we can see our little grebes in the water. But I do believe we have a surprise in Djuma. Someone came to greet us. So let's head on over to Djuma. Look at that! They came early this morning. Yesterday we were only graced with our first elephant sighting, I think at 12:30 p.m. And today the Ellies are coming early, and of course Dewey is also here. I believe it's Dewey. But yes, what a beautiful, beautiful way to start in Djuma on Escape to Nature. And again, people, when I say people, I include myself. We often tend to think that, okay, well, it's a fairly overcast day, so we probably won't see that much happening at a water hole, but I've just completely learned to it's good to stay updated with the weather, but not to sort of predict your sightings weather related, because as I've said many a times, I've had awesome sightings in overcast, rainy, even stormy weather, and then I've had some fairly not so action-filled days and sightings and safaris in this sort of weather. But elephants, from what I've learned, are always unpredictable. Sometimes you'll see them at a water hole drinking, splashing the whole day, and it's super, super hot. And then other days, it can be very overcast, can even be drizzling a little bit, and they still have fun in that sort of weather. So that is really just the ultimate thrill about all of this, I think, is we never know what we're going to see. We don't know what's going to happen. Maybe we'll have an interaction between Dewey and the elephants. I doubt it. He seems to be just keeping his distance. And sometimes, the elephants can chase them away, the hippos. I have had many sightings like that, where a hippo just sort of keeps to itself, and then if the elephants are still really bothered by it, they'll actually chase the hippo away. But for the most part, as you can see, no one's bothering anyone, so they're just all keeping to themselves. There in the background you can hear our wonderful hardy-dial ibises, aka annoying birds. Oh baby, what you doing? You want to play? I climb on top of you. Oh, they're so beautiful. Move. You're not going to get much further if the cow does not move, baby, so you have to be patient. So there is another one of those. It's probably not an official game path, but you can see it's a bit more of a clearing. So again, you know, animals will follow that because they know that has been traveled. It must be safe. Obviously, it's going to be a bit more trampled, I almost want to say, or cleared for the other animals. So they will also always follow that as much as they can. Ooh, come baby, you can do it. Ooh. Ooh, baby, no. Just look, oh, shame, help it. Oh, just look at that. And that, my good people, is why elephants are my favorite. Just look at that support from everyone. One was pushing from the back. The cow was helping. She's not going to be able to help you. You're too heavy. Oh, that was amazing. Just to see that support from everyone, you know, and the immediate distress from, okay, baby might be falling. Let me just help it out. Mike loves nature. You are saying elephant sightings put a smile on your face. Absolutely. As I say, of course, elephants are my favorite, so I'm happy any day that we see them. But that literally just made my day. The the baby sort of almost falling, and then everyone supporting from the back. The older sibling, and then of course mom, if it's its mom, immediately turning around and sort of helping the little one. And again, that just shows you how incredible that trunk is, because as we see now, yes, they do utilize that trunk for smell, for drinking, for eating. But it is also there to help the younger ones. It is also there for affection and bonding, and like a tactile tool for them to sort of just literally get in touch with each other. Just want to make sure we are not overlooking anyone. As we've learned, often there will be one that just sort of catches up. Wait for me, wait for me. Good stuff. Day made. You see, no expectations, expect nothing, appreciate everything, and then more often than not, Mother Nature is good to us. But I will, of course, be keeping an eye on these beautiful, gentle giants. And then in the meantime, I'm going to send you over to Ralph in Karega, who wants to say good morning.
Hello and welcome to the Kariega Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and here we are sitting next to the Scotia Dam on the eastern side of the reserve, and I've been joined by a wonderful tower of giraffe. Some of them went down for a drink. The rest of them seem to just be ruminating on the opposite bank. There are some more around. Been a cool start to the morning. Nice westerly breeze. It's quite overcast as well. The giraffe just got spooked by a little bit of something there next to the water. They are very easily spooked. Some facing off towards the west and the rest towards the east. Didn't get to see the giraffe yesterday, so it's nice that they've come through as we hear a red-throated wryneck calling. It's going a little bit closer. So Tina, most animals are some are more easily spooked than others, but they generally are all, not as easily, but they are spooked at some stage. But giraffe probably being top of the pile. Very anxious, very nervous. They've just got that kind of character. Whereas if you look at different antelope, I think oryx are probably some of the least spooked antelope around. And it seems that probably the smaller you go, the easier you do get spooked. That's why it's strange with giraffe, with being such big animals, that they are spooked so easily. But it's what kept them alive through the ages. It does make for a lovely picture, that. Hope the sun comes through. It might make the colours just a bit better. Everybody chewing away. Comes the sun. Let me see if we stay in nice and tight, may get a good photo. So Nancy wanting to know about the giraffe's kick and how powerful it is. It's extremely powerful, Nancy. They kick out the back with the back legs, and they also stomp down in the front with their front legs. And I've actually seen a female lion get its jaw broken while trying to jump onto a giraffe, and just that kick sort of knocked it, and then it kicked again and hit it square in the jaw, and that lion was going to die quite a painful and slow death, because it wouldn't be able to eat. And yes, so you can imagine with such a big animal, I mean, just the legs of a giraffe are taller than most people, or longer than most people. So that's over 6 foot just to under the belly. So yeah, it's a lot of leg, and there's lots of muscle. And what's also interesting about them is that the skin is very, very tight around the legs, and it's like compression socks, which assists with the circulation of the blood. So natural compression socks do giraffe have. Very, very tight skin on the legs, but very powerful as well. And they can run very fast, and they can kick extremely hard. So that is their best weapon, is their kick and the stomp. And yeah, predators, especially lions, which predate on them, need to be very careful if they are chasing like a giraffe.
Wild Earth is excited to announce the launch of our massively updated app. There are so many brand new features that we have to share with you. Tune into our live channel, and if you are an explorer, you can now watch completely ad-free on the app. There are also many other channels, including behind the scenes. You can find the app on app stores worldwide.
So it's just the Chewers Club. A very important task what is going down right now. It's going down and up. And you can actually see it going down and up. Their necks. The cud balls. And people are very often also surprised when they see the size of giraffe dung. It's not much bigger than a 50-cent piece. It's about around the same size. I used to say when I was training students, they look like Rolos. The chocolates, Rolos, very similar to giraffe dung. They don't taste the same though. Most people are surprised because of the size of the animal versus the size of the little dung balls. So Shelley B, these are the southern giraffe. Southern giraffe. So you get there is 4 species of giraffe. The southern giraffe, the northern giraffe, the Maasai giraffe, and the reticulated giraffe. Then you do get some subspecies. I believe the Angolan or Damara giraffe is a subspecies of the southern giraffe that occurs in Angola and Namibia into Damara land. But 4 definitive species, and this one being the southern. But they are very good looking, especially here in the Kariega Game Reserve. All the animals, it's just down to the highly nutritive vegetation and the quality thereof. It's just very, very high quality feed here. naturally occurring, being in the Sweetveld, and a lot of evergreen plants, and so very high carrying capacities in on these lands and in this whole region. Got some zebra that have come down for a drink / feed. Do seem to like that grass that grows just on the edges of this dam. So Sia, on this side of the reserve, the animals need to be concerned with the largest predator on this side would be brown hyena and leopards that occur mainly. The brown hyenas, they come out at night, as with the leopards, but the leopards sort of stick to the thickets quite religiously. And, for calves and young ones, there are caracal and jackals and crowned eagles. But for the bigger animals, mainly brown hyena and leopards. So being out here on the plain in the middle of the day, they don't really have to worry about anything. There's no crocodiles in this dam. So there is water monitor lizards, however, and terrapins. But they won't be taking down animals like zebra, that's for sure. Unless the terrapins, who do hunt in packs, they'd have to really have a big pack to take down a zebra. Zebra really getting stuck into that grass there in the water. Jamie, it's always beautiful with zebra. They're just so photogenic. It's incredible. But next to the water makes it even better, and just with the contrasting colors as well, it's makes it very special indeed. So glad you like it. Disturb them. It's probably the birds that are flying across, and I do think it is common starlings, also known as European starlings. They were originally exotic, but they've sort of made themselves resident now. Just disappeared in there behind the plumbago. facing the same direction. There are these giraffe. One at the back is the odd one out. Righty, so this has been a wonderful little sighting with all of these giraffe here. And there's quite a lot of them here. It's nice to see them all together. Well, from the tallest land mammal in the world to the heaviest land mammal at Djuma.
Thank you, Rolf. I've still got the beautiful elephants here at Djuma. Most of them, or the little ones, have moved off into the bush, and now it's mostly just the bulls hanging around. I'm hoping for some interaction between these two. But what a sighting. They are just so chilled, all feeding around the waterhole, and then eventually they moved off into the bush. And of course, you know, they are loving the season because there is currently much more grass, much more leaves, and of course flowers and fruits are also coming into season, so they are really loving this time of year. Oh, and they really just are so beautiful. I know I say this over and over and over, but what an absolutely fascinating and just stunning animal. And so peaceful, you know, that's always what astonishes me, is just how peaceful and just absolutely chilled they can be. Which of course, you know, refers to their nickname, the Gentle Giants. I'm really wondering if these two are going to have an interaction, because the bigger bull really did make a point of, you know, showing he is the bigger one, but there hasn't been any hostility or any aggression between them. And just like that, they disappear. We will have a look this side now again. Hopefully they come out from behind those bushes. Just want to have a look-see and see if the others are still around. Yes, indeed. Just want to see if I can get us a nice look at the actual trunk action, because that is always so fascinating, just to see how they utilize their trunk, what they do with it, how much control they actually have over it. Hi, little one. You can very prominently hear the red-chested cuckoo in the background, which is also known as the Piet my vrou. Piet my vrou. Piet my vrou. And no, I have no idea how or why they came up with that name for it in Afrikaans. Oi! You photobombing us? Not us, but your family. Oh, just look how fascinating that trunk is. Oh, and just look how patient she is. I've often had sightings, where a giraffe calf tries to nurse. The mom would literally not stand still. We can literally see that frustration from the baby, like, woman, just stand still. But this mommy is very patient with the little one. Little bit of indecisiveness there. Oh, this tiny one. What an incredible sighting. Shame, and you can see it's actually trying to utilize the trunk, but it has no idea what to do. There we go. You've got it. Probably coming back for some more water. And then who knows, they might head around the water hole. Because I did see those two bulls are still here in the open area. Oh, little one. You are just loving life and discovering everything. It's almost just like she's sheltering. Well, all of them, I guess, but especially the little one, of course. And of course, as we know, elephants are very, very water dependent animals. But this tiny one is mostly relying on mommy's milk right now. That is its main source of nutrition and its main diet right now. But of course, still learning to use the trunk and how the trunk works and everything. But they will try to sort of eat leaves and grass and stuff as well. But often you will actually see baby animals such as elephants and rhinos often eating their mother's dung. And the reason for that is, even though it's not well digested, it has at least been digested once. So then it is not as harsh on their stomachs. Ooh, you almost just pooped on your baby. You can just see Dewey putting his head up every now and again. That might be what she's sensing, just sort of making sure everything is safe and alright. And again, any animal, you know, as soon as they have a baby, they are even more on edge and vigilant and cautious with everything pertaining to their surroundings. Just want to see what they'll do with this termite mound, because obviously it's a new termite mound, and I don't remember ever seeing an elephant, you know, smell a termite mound or anything like that. But of course it can happen. Lillian, you would like to know if I've ever seen an elephant destroy a termite mound. No, I have not. That is why I would love to see now. As I say, this one is obviously, its chimney is massive, so maybe they smell that. But elephants are fascinating animals. And again, this is something I have tried to research as much as I can. But elephants, you know, of course, are super, super intelligent animals, very emotional animals. And again, from what we've learned and observed and interpreted. But somehow, even like with bird eggs that I've seen on the ground, I've had a sighting on my former reserve where there was a lapwing that had wings. And, you know, the lapwing didn't even have to throw a tantrum, and we all know how they love tantrums. The elephants literally just walked past the nest. How do they know? They didn't step on it or anything. So same with termite mounds. I've never seen an elephant destroy a termite mound. Again, it's possible. I've not seen every sighting there is to be seen in the wild. And of course, we all have different experiences when it comes to, you know, every reserve, and every animal is different, even though they are creatures of habit and we see a lot of repetitive behaviors in them. But I have never seen elephants purposefully destroy something like bird eggs or termite mound or anything like that. So I do think they must know. If you do find, for instance, if elephants find a lion den or lion cub den, again, this is not something I have seen, so I can't speak from personal experience, but I've seen footage, I've heard stories where, you know, the elephants will sort of try and trample the little ones. because they do know what those lions are going to become. So I think at the end of the day, it all comes down to their senses again. They must surely smell something of, this is not going to be harmful to me, this is not going to try and kill me. But again, you never know. Very playful behavior we're seeing here from the little one. Of course, often when they swim as well, they love to climb on top of each other, even bigger than these ones. It can be a dominance display, but it's also just, again, it's a tactile thing. Just getting in touch with your siblings or your relatives. Not all of them are necessarily siblings. But it's very strange. It's almost like they don't know what they want to do today. They keep changing direction. I almost said director. Medicine. So elephants and hippos do get along for the most part. I've had sightings where elephants have actually chased them off as well. But for the most part, they tend to keep to themselves and sort of stick around in their own areas. But I've had, sightings as well where elephants completely chase the hippos away, even if the hippos didn't pose a threat or anything. But that being said, again, especially with an animal like an elephant, you don't know what happened to that animal before it got there. So it may have been spooked, it may have been provoked by something else, and then it is still on edge, still very vigilant and cautious, and then it just sort of wants to get away from everything and anything, or get that away from them. But generally, for the most part, they tend to live in peace and harmony. As you see, Dewey is not posing any threat. He hasn't really even come up much. Just want to see what's happening around the water hole, and then I will come back to our beautiful Ellies.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
And this is probably one of my favorite things about summer as well. Yesterday we spoke about, seasons and why that season is your favorite. But I can literally sit a whole safari and just watch dung beetles arrive at a pile of dung. Because, of course, they can smell it from very, very far away. And then they will get into that dung, of course. They love rhino dung, elephant dung, a lot of nutrients. And start their journey with their little ball. But just look at that. That's incredible. And I mean, obviously, we don't even see all of them right now. There's some of them inside the dung as well. And especially with rhino dung, you can often see a pile of dung that's already been like completely excavated. And you can just see it looks like the dung is breathing. But of course, this is still very fresh. And they are now all starting to sort of open it up. And very nutritious for them. A lot of moisture in there. A lot of nutrients because the elephants don't digest all that well. So we'll come back to this pile of dung now. Oh, you guys are still around. Just want to see how they are distributed right now. I want to see if those other two bulls are still around. We've got some zebras as well. Whew! Sorry. Just got a fright from this elephant. Hi, beautiful. Whew. Just got a massive fright. Oh, much closer than this we're not going to get. How amazing is that? You can literally see each wrinkle, everything. Sammy, surprise, surprise indeed. I mean, I nearly had a heart attack, but that's alright. I did not expect to see that. You see, that's what happens when you don't have expectations for the day. Oh, these ellies are just loving the greenery. Again, this is why I love summer, because there's so much food for the animals, and you can literally just, I don't know, it's going to sound silly, but for me you can see the animals are happy in the summertime because there's so much water, there's so much food. Sadly, the predators are also much happier because of happy meals around, but just look at this ellie, there's so much to choose from. Okay, didn't like that piece. Didn't like that piece. And just look at that. Before putting it in the mouth, he sort of just gives it a quick shake to get rid of all of that soil. My vrouw. And this is honestly what I love about elephant sightings. I've never had an elephant sighting that was exactly the same. With lions, don't get me wrong, I love a lion sighting, but they are either mating, eating or sleeping. Or, you know, perhaps when they are in fact on the move and there's something happening. But for the most part, that is their three main activities when you do see them during the day. Whereas with elephants, it's always different. And there's so many dynamics within the group, which of course, you know, tributes to so many dynamics within the sighting. Oh, I'm just loving this. Thank you, elephants. That was wonderful. Just want to see if its friends are still around. Woo! Sorry, I had a bit of an early reaction there. Look at that. We've got more elephants. Da, 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 da. Luckily, these animals cannot hear me. Ooh, look at Dewey. He's getting a bit closer. Carol, yes, indeed. They are definitely making up for their late arrival yesterday. But again, you know, luckily they did arrive yesterday. And we did see some elephants. It's, again, it just reminds me to always appreciate, like this is just absolutely blowing my mind right now. We've already had so many interactions and different things that's happening just with this herd alone at this one waterhole. So yes, they truly are treating us right now with this beautiful sighting. Just quickly want to look how many are in fact around, just so that we know what to expect more or less. Alright, so I don't see any others coming from that side, so we should be good. Because of course, you know, as you saw now, as we were observing that one that gave us a real nice close-up, a whole herd arrived in the meantime, so always just good to know what's going on around you. Hi, tiny one. Welcome to the pool party. Oh, I don't know about any of you, but this is literally just making my day to the max. Now, of course, this could all be the same herd. You know, some of them might have just been deeper into the bush and only came out a bit later. Could also be two different herds, you never know. Again, this is why I need to talk or understand at least elephants. Just want to see what Dewey's reaction to all of this is. No, he's pretty chilled. Just look at those two youngsters sort of just giving each other a hard time. Shame. You can see this little one is struggling a little bit off to our left. Ooh. Got a little bit of hostility going on there. Nothing too serious though. Victor, you would like to know how I would know if these are two different herds. I wouldn't. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I've tried to practice this years and years and years. Generally, there's an obvious differentiation between herds. But the interesting thing with elephants, let's say something were to happen now, like there would be an outside threat. So not another elephant or anyone throwing a tantrum, like a predator or anything like that perhaps approaching. These elephants will not gang up on each other or anything like that. They will still sort of warn each other and help each other if they can. But they will in no sense, sort of turn on each other, I almost want to say. But to be honest with you, I've literally been trying to my utter best to practice this for years and years and years. And as I say, sometimes you can see a clear, split between two herds. But other times they can sort of come together to a watering hole and then they split up in their own separate ways. At my previous reserve I was working, this was always a difficult differentiation because we had a northern herd and a southern herd. And sometimes, specifically in the winter times, the southern elephants would go to the north because it was much more green there because there was a river flowing there. And yes, then it was quite difficult to tell you know who's who, because then they would sort of just all be in the same area without a problem or anything. So it is tricky, I'm not going to lie to you, it is fairly tricky. Just quickly want to have a look-see. As I say, I always like to check the surroundings just in case, because sometimes you might be close up on an animal and something happens and you don't really understand why, but then often it's something else that might have given them a fright or anything like that. So I always just like to make sure what is going on with our surroundings. Oh, baby elephants are the best. But yes, please let me know how you feel about this incredible sighting. Of course, all of you know how I feel. Thrilled as always, because it's elephants and it's so much happening. But yes, if you have any questions, comments, anything you would like me to know about, or hopefully tell you about, teach you about, or you can teach me, of course, please do let us know. Because we are live. This is interaction. Interaction. Lisa, focus. Interactive. And we would love to hear from all of you. So please do send through your questions or comments to get in touch with us. Oh, this is just amazing. But I will continue losing myself in this beautiful sighting here in Djuma. But in the meantime, let's see what Ralph has in Kariga.
Well, it sounds like it's all happening in Djuma. Here at Kariga, we've got this male ostrich who is just hanging with some blesbok. Now, I haven't seen the couple that had the two little chicks again. I'm hoping I'll see them today, and I'm hoping that I'm going to see some of these other ostriches walking around with chicks too. I'm wondering if those two that had the chicks, maybe they've gone back to the nest, because there was just two chicks, which is unusual. I would say that there's more on the way, so maybe they've returned to the nest, which I haven't been able to spot either, where a nest is. Maybe they've hidden it somewhere in the thickets. You can hear that red-throated wryneck calling every now and then. Wap, 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 wap. Okay, there's a vehicle coming, so I'm going to have to just swing you across. It's going to come past anyway. Sorry about that. It's one of the management guys. They're doing their very important work. And Zebra also looking across at the vehicle that's driving past. still just having patchy sort of sunshine. There's quite a few clouds still around. There's that red-throated wryneck again. Wap, 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 wap. Top there, that is where I think it's Tembe and calf lying down. So Harold, the male ostriches, they attract the females by calling and displaying. They've got a very elaborate dance that they do, and courtship display. They've sort of slowed down in doing it now, but they have been, in the last month or so, there's been a lot of calling and displaying and mating. That's why I know that there's more chicks on the way for sure. And there's our two rhinos that are sleeping over there, Tembe and calf. Zebra moving through. There's Blesbok now coming down. Some Nyala off in the background. We head now back to our ostrich. So Yvonne, the most important characteristic that antelope have in common, well, it's all about horns and hooves. Those are the two most important characteristics that they do have in common. They've all got horns, not both male and female, but in the species. And I've also got hooves. Not nails like you find in ostriches, the bird species, claws and nails. If you're a rhino or an elephant, you also have those sort of nails as opposed to hooves. And it's also interesting to note that an ostrich is just a feathered reptile, having evolved from them. I love it when they run and they keep their heads almost deadly still, and then you just got these legs that run at extreme speeds. The neck sort of bobbles from side to side, and keeping that head deadly still in the middle. Quite comical. So, Tyler, when ostriches hatch, obviously they are they come from eggs, so they are laid and then they hatch, and when they do hatch, they're like a browny, a nice light brown color with some black spots along the neck and on their fur. I'll definitely show you when I see these new little chicks. I'll definitely show you them, and so that they change quite a lot from that sort of fawny brown color with black spots that they have all over them, and rather downy, so it's very soft feathers. Well, I say soft comparatively speaking, but when you actually do feel them, it's quite rough, it's quite hard. And then as they get older, obviously the females, they sort of turn, they go quite a bit darker than when they are chicks, but they still stay a more sort of grey brown color, whereas the males, as you can see, then turn into this very black and white feathered. But yeah, so there's quite a big change in them. It's quite similar almost to, if you look at buffalo calves, how they've sort of got that rather browny color, and then the older they get. Yesterday with one of the younger zebra, when they are young as well, the black stripes that they have are actually like brown when they're young, and they're quite fluffy, so, and they stand out off of the white. And then as they get older, obviously that changes to black, and it's not so fluffy anymore. are some other cooperative breeders that we've seen, including the red-billed oxpeckers. We've got the green woodopoes that are calling off in the distance. Hardy-daw ibis. It's got to be one of the most common birds in South Africa, the hardy-daw. Find them in urban environments as well. Going to pan across again. So Rita, yes, both male and female ostriches do incubate the nests, and in a lot of the literature they speak about how male ostriches, because they've got black feathers, they sit on the nest at night, and because the female's got brown feathers, she sits on the nest during the day. Well, I have found that that's not entirely true. In my experience is males will sit on the nest during both the night and the day, and vice versa with the female. And it seems like they'll sit on the nest until they're either hungry or thirsty, mostly hungry because they don't need to drink that much. And when they are, then they change. And the other one sits on there until it's hungry, and then they change. So I've seen males sitting on the nest during the night and the day, and the females sitting on the nest during the night and the day. So whenever those studies were done, maybe it was a sort of isolated geographical location, and maybe that's what they did there. But I've seen them in Namibia, and I've seen them in the Karoo, and I've seen them in the Eastern Cape, and that is my experience. So it's a lovely story to tell, though, that they're nice and camouflaged, and that's why they do it then. But they don't read books, and they don't fit themselves into boxes. They do as they please. See those lovely pink shins still on this one. It's in the breeding plumage. Needs to do a bit of maintenance on its tail feathers. They're looking quite dirty. These two were chasing each other around, and they might get up to that again. Stero, yeah, I mean, at the different farms that you have where they farm ostriches, they are pretty human friendly. When they're in the wild like this, however, they're not as scared as giraffe are. You can get pretty close to them in a vehicle, but they will run away from you. It's mainly when they are nesting and when they've got chicks that they may not be so human friendly, and that's when we actually consider them as potentially dangerous animals. because of those two toes that they have, and their massive claws at the end of each, on the end of each toe, of each leg, they have the potential for opening you up if they kick you, because they do kick forward and down, and that's what they would do. So with those hooked claws that they have, it would very easily cut you open. So you do need to be careful of them during those periods, but otherwise I would say they're very human friendly. They don't really pose a threat. This one's just walking away from the second one. A little while ago it was not just walking, they were chasing each other. And that one at the back probably just driving home the dominance now. Shouting expletives at it. Don't come back. Almost exiting the area but pretending to feed as it goes. And they do, even when they walk, they do cover a lot of ground very quickly. One in the front actually looks larger than the one chasing it. There's a third one coming into this scenario, so I wonder if we're going to see... Oh, and there's a bit of what he thinks of the one chasing it. We may have a little bit of a race going on here. There's a third one coming into this. I'm going to try and keep up with him. Not easy. Now the third one is running away. I never quite work out what the ostriches are up to. I sometimes wonder if they know what they're up to. So a little bit of displaying, a little bit of chasing. Kimberley, they eat pretty much anything that they come across. So it's mainly plant matter that they feed on, grass and flowers, but in my experience, mainly grass. I would say 80 to 90% grass. And then sometimes little insects. So this is what they also do when they display to females as well as to other males. This is their dance. It's doing quite a short one. And the one on the right also flicking its wings like that. That's also part of this display. There we go. And as I say, doing this to males and to females in their fight for dominance and for mating rights. they spread the wings out and then let it catch the wind as they pull it back, and then moving the neck from side to side. Lisa, it is, isn't it? It's very cool. I really enjoy watching these ostriches. The other one, you see that wing flicking, also part of the display. So sometimes when the displaying doesn't work for establishing dominance, they can end up fighting. And I did see an almighty fight with two of them. They sort of bump chests up against each other and then try and kick each other. Very much like cockerels do, if you've ever seen them fighting. Chickens. But yeah, obviously much bigger chickens. These ostriches are. So I've only seen that a couple of times, but it was quite impressive. And that's obviously when they can't decide who is dominant. They need to then come to blows. It's all settling down now again, seems. Everyone going back to a bit of feeding. That's pretty much the rhythm of my day. I sit here and it's relatively quiet. You just watch the animals milling about, and then all of a sudden something starts happening, and you just got to follow it. And then as quickly as it started, it's subdued again. You never quite know what's going to happen next. Some grooming now. It works its bill right through all the feathers, making sure they're all clean, they're all placed in the right spot. It's very important for the displaying, especially. They've got very powerful legs, as you can see there as well. So, just going through the motions, cleaning and sorting out this right wing. And don't forget, folks, as always, this is an interactive experience, so please jump on board with us as we escape to nature and send through your questions and your comments, what you would like to see, what you would like to talk about, or anything of the kind. The light's not great now. It's a little bit grey because of this overcast weather we're having. But every now and then the sun does poke through the clouds. It's not very thick clouds, and there's lots of gaps in them. Chad, yeah, well, being the largest bird in the world, that is rather impressive, isn't it? Flightless, but still very special and very iconic. And it is Namibia's national bird. It used to be the crimson-breasted booboo or shrike because of the pretty nature of that bird, but they changed it to the ostrich because it's a lot more representative of Namibia. And the national animal being the oryx or the gemsbok, both very desert adapted animals. The national plant is the Welwitschia, which is an incredible plant. You wouldn't know that it's a tree, but the highest growing of all of them, I think they're just over about 8 foot. But those 8-foot plants that are near to the Messam crater, they're over 2,000 years old. Especially when you know that it takes 20 years for its first leaves and 50 years for its first flower. Anyway, there's something extremely special about Namibia, the Welwitschia. South Africa, we have the protea as our national plant, the blue crane as our national bird, and the springbok as our national animal. Anybody know what the national fish is of South Africa? That's a weird one. It's a cool one, but it is indeed the galjoen. So, that was wonderful and nice to see a little bit of displaying between these males. I'm just glad that they didn't get down to any fighting. Well, now that it's all settled down, I think it's time to send you on back to Djuma with Lisa and her elephants.
Thank you, Rolf. Yes, the majority of the herd have moved deeper into the bush, carried on feeding, but I've just been observing this bull probably for the last 20 minutes, I would guess, and he has been utterly entertaining. He's been drinking water, then splashes it around, then throws it out of his trunk. He just got chased by a couple of blacksmith lapwings, not paying much attention to them though, but yes, I think he is probably listening to the rest of the herd. Not sure. But I want to see now if he's going to try and splash Dewey, because that will really be quite interesting. As I say, he's been in a very playful mood with his trunk. You know, of course, they do enjoy just splashing water around as well. So it'll be interesting to see now. You can see he's very, I almost want to say wasteful with his water. But he's just in a super relaxed, chilled mood. Just taking it easy today. But I want to see now if he's gonna sense or smell. I almost said Louis, Dewey. And if he's gonna react to that. He's been doing that quite a lot with his left tusk, the tusk that is longer. I'm not sure if he's got an irritation or like maybe some pain on that tusk, or if it's just a woo a habit that is perhaps just going through, or a phase. Woo, googling duckstucker. I always say when you're googling, you're just sort of on autopilot, just taking things easy. And this bull is really just googling now. Very interesting behavior, and again, this is why I love elephants. You know, it's always, you can have two elephants from the exact same bloodline, and they could be more or less the same age, but they can be so different. Just like humans, I guess. I've got 4 sisters and 2 brothers, and I cannot tell you how different all of us are. Yes, some of us look like the other, or we've got similar characteristics, but all in all, we are completely different people. France, you would like to know how inconvenient is an injured trunk. Definitely inconvenient. I mean, you know, if you had this massive thing on your face that assisted you with everything from, you know, bonding to drinking to eating to literally everything you're doing, and all of a sudden you've now either injured it or lost half of it. Like in Kruger, there's a lot of elephants that have just half of their trunk. They lost it to crocodiles, and of course other areas across Africa as well. But definitely inconvenient. But again, animals are incredible when it comes to adapting. You know, they will make do. So I know the one time I did see elephants, I think it was 3 bulls, and all of them only had half a trunk. And they actually, when they drank water, they went down, they sort of bent down and got water, almost like a baby elephant would do when it doesn't know how to use its trunk yet. Again, makes them much more vulnerable because now they're even closer to the water where there might potentially still be crocodiles. But again, you know, animals are super, super incredible when it comes to adapting and just sort of making the most with what they have. But definitely inconvenience, I would say. Just like other animals, you know, when they get an injury. I remember my previous reserve that I worked at, we had a female lion. Her name was Sticky Nyao, which means injured or broken foot. And she literally, when she was younger, she broke her foot completely. And so it healed, but it grew back completely or it healed completely skew. So when you were tracking lions, you could actually see when it was Sticky Nyao and her sister, because in her track, she still had that sort of skew paw print. But to this day, to my knowledge, she's still alive and she's still succeeding with hunting and everything. So it really is all about survival of the fittest. Now, Dewey has completely disappeared underwater now. This bull really looked like he's infused something very relaxing. You can see he's super chilled, just taking things easy, taking a lot of naps every now and again. Not really serious about getting an actual drink of water, he just constantly plays with it. And he's actually got a beautiful set of tusks. Such a pity about the other tusk that broke. But he's got a beautiful, healthy looking set of tusks here, apart from, of course, you know, the injured one or the one that has broken off. So generally when it's, let's say it's just broken off like that, they shouldn't feel that, really. Because it's like us clipping our nails, for instance. However, if you pull out your whole nail completely, then that is definitely, you're going to feel that. So it's the same with elephants and rhinos. Of course, it goes into their actual skull. And so if that actually gets damaged or injured or anything, then they definitely feel that. But again, I don't know what happened to his tusk. I don't know what the circumstances was. And I don't know, you know, if it did hurt him at that stage. But for the most part, from what we've interpreted and studied, if it's just broken off like that, then it won't necessarily injure or hurt them as much as it would having break off completely from the root. And of course the leg display we see, that is just resting its leg. You can imagine a 4-ton animal. It's a lot of weight to carry around. I'm always astonished about how they actually do it constantly. Of course they've got very, very much padded feet, which does help with all of that. But yes, it's absolutely incredible.
Every day brings something new here on Wild Earth. Whether it's ostriches dancing at Amakala, elephants chasing wild dogs at Madikwe, or a royal leopard standoff at Djuma. Now, you never have to miss a beat. If you are not always able to watch live, then download the Wild Earth app and you can catch up no later than 1 hour after the live show has finished. Wild Earth, it's in your nature.
And it seems like he's finally heading into the bush. Not in much of a rush though, of course. Just want to have a look-see, see if he's going to feed on this tree or just continue walking. Of course, even though we can sort of predict every now and again, you know, what they're going to do, and not just elephants, all animals, they tend to surprise us, specifically elephants from what I've learned. Alrighty, well, you are not going to believe it. Mashatu finally has elephants as well. So I'm going to try to get us there before they leave. So let's see if we can catch up with Mashatu's elephants. Can you believe it? Apparently there are still elephants living here. I was beginning to become doubtful, I'm not going to lie. Yesterday we did not have any elephant sightings in Mashatu, which is odd. Of course, Botswana is very, very famous for its elephants, but specifically this waterhole, from what we've learned, you know, at least once, twice, 3 times a day, even on average, we'll see elephants here. And yesterday they decided, nope, shan't. Alrighty, well, that was short-lived. They literally came for a drink and then they left. But hopefully, generally from what I've seen at Mashatu, you know, as soon as the first group comes, then it's like us as well, you know. As soon as the first person's in the pool and they say, don't worry, it's not that cold, then the rest also follow. Jeez, that was so quick, man. Elephants. Well, I'm just glad we did get to see them. As I say, I was starting to wonder if they have perhaps migrated somewhere else. But again, just shows you when you do see them, be grateful. Whether it's a common sighting at one of the water holes or locations or not. These animals are really always just, I don't know, just a treat to see. And we are very privileged to be seeing them and observing them in their natural habitat. Because to be honest, I don't know, my niece is now 8 years old. I don't know if she will in 20 years, you know, still be able to observe animals like this in their natural habitat as they were meant to be viewed and experienced and just enjoyed. That is why we have to appreciate it while we still have the privilege of seeing them like this. Just want to take a look around here at Mashatu. Of course, as always, I have been keeping a close eye on all of our water holes just to make sure we are not missing out on anything. But just want to take a look-see. Mandy, yes, it is very, very nice to know that the elephants are still living here, and especially after today. As I say, yesterday we did not have one elephant sighting in Mashatu, which is odd, in comparison to the other waterhole locations that we have. Generally, Mashatu, is the one that you can sort of always rely on for elephants. And yesterday we did not see them once. So absolutely, it's always a relief to know that they are actually still around. But as I say, hopefully, now that the first ones have sort of broken the ice, the rest will also follow today. But you can see it is a fairly gloomy, overcast day here in Mashatu. So that might, of course, also be affecting their behaviors and their patterns. Not just the elephants, the impalas, the zebras. But yes, speaking of zebras, let's see what is happening at Okokoyo. Just beautiful. And again, this is something we often see here at Okokoyo. But it's always so special just to see the different activity that might go on. Some days we see more zebra activity, other days we see, we always, from what we learn, we always see a lot of springbok around Okokoyo. But yes, always special to see the zebras and the wildebeest and the oryx and everything else come down for water. And the wildebeest afar, taking a little trot. And one springbok just chased off the crows. Oh, there's an oryx. And another one. Probably another one, yes. And another one. Yes. And another one. I love how they are always, completely getting into the water. They don't play games. They, get full on in, cool off as much as they can, which is exactly what I would be doing as well. Just sort of make sure you get enough moisture for later the day when you have to carry on feeding, then you are still cooling down. And I actually have not seen elephants, like a proper elephant herd with babies and everything, in quite some time. Yesterday we had the two beautiful bulls here midday, as well as, I think, later in the afternoon. Can't remember if it was early afternoon or later in the afternoon. And then they also moved off. But again, just incredible how all of these animals, just sort of do their own thing. Give each other space, respect each other. They're not afraid of each other. And I'm actually super anxious to see which of the water holes and when we'll see our first babies. Whether it's an impala, or perhaps a zebra, or wildebeest. I'm very, very excited. But let me know what you think. Which water hole do you think will see our first babies? Ukukuyo, Djuma, or Mashatu? Of course, it will be wonderful if we can actually see the birth, but beggars can't be choosers. It will just be wonderful just to see our first babies. Just want to have a look at our tree and see if we've perhaps got some birds in there. Birds of interest. I do see a blackbird. Not sure if it's a crow or if it might be something else, hopefully. We've got a giraffe in the background. I'm just trying to see. Never mind, I'm not trying to see. Of course, the birds do that, As soon as we want to ID them, they take off. But we've got a giraffe in the background. So hopefully it'll come down for water. That will be lovely.
In the water. Yeah. Having a swim. Once again. Having a swim. It's a nice setting. Yeah. Cows as well.
And again, if you do hear some lesser spotted Homo sapiens in the background as well, this is a campsite as well for people to visit this destination. It's definitely on my bucket list. I cannot wait to go. Can't decide which between this and Mashatu will have to be the first one. But yes, literally here at the back there's a campsite, and you can also just sit and watch the animals, which is absolutely incredible. Again, you know, we can watch these animals without interfering, without disturbing them.
That's a rocky road in.
Wild beasties. I like these animals. They're so funny looking. But I do enjoy them. Very interesting animals. Of course, they are also due to have their babies one of these days. They gestate for about 8-9 months. And then they give birth generally just to one calf. And it's very sad with the wildebeests. And the impala and a lot of the other animals, you know, that could fall prey to a predator. But if the baby doesn't stand up quick enough and walk quick enough and, you know, sort of function quick enough, the herd will unfortunately move on. And I remember my one safari I had, we were setting out on an afternoon safari, and we actually came across this baby wildebeest that was just lying next to the road. It was in the heat, like obviously it was too weak to get up, to move into shade, and from what I assume, you know, the herd must have left it behind because it was too weak. And of course, you know, if there's one weak one, it'll keep up the rest of the herd. And so they must have left it behind. And I remember crying on safari. You know, people tend to think that as naturalists we get desensitized about these things and against these things. But still for us, you know, it's, even though it's nature, even though it is survival of the fittest, it's still a cruel thing to see. And I actually jumped out of my safari vehicle and just sort of threw some water on this baby wildebeest, because you could see it was so hot and it couldn't move, it had no energy. And of course, as humans, you know, we can't interfere, there's nothing you can do. And unfortunately, later that night when we went back to the lodge, obviously I took that route again just to make sure what's happened of the little one, and a leopard hoisted it into a tree. So ultimately it is about survival of the fittest, but for the most part, you know, it's really impressive how quickly these youngsters can stand and run and nurse and all of that. It really is so impressive. I mean, wildebeest on average generally, like within 20 minutes of dropping, they can stand, walk, nurse, all of that. So it's really, nature is really mind-blowing. But unfortunately you have days like that as well.
Sitting on the wooden tree, yes. Yeah. Nice water here for them, plenty water.
And it truly is so incredible, this sky today. It's generally, from what I've seen at Okokoyo, you know, it can be very grey, the sky, and very bleak almost. But this truly is just such a beautiful landscape today. Very scenic indeed.
Oh, that one there? Yes. Yeah.
Jeez, these crows are having a go at it again.
Or is that a normal striped
It sounds like a hardy-dar tune, like the rhythm of the tune.
Strike it. So honeycomb. Like when you look in the tent, you see those pieces like close to WhatsApp, but
Yes, the mirage. Okay.
Alrighty, but of course I will keep an eye on Ukukuyo. Hopefully there's some more animals coming down later on that beautiful game path. But I think let us see what is happening in Djuma, because Mashatu is also fairly quiet, believe it or not. Woo! Apologies about that. We were missing Madikwe. But of course, here in Djuma, there is always something happening. Well, I say that, but it's not always the case, let's be honest. But today, Djuma seems to be pumping with a lot of animals. We've got some oxpeckers on the zebras, catching a taxi ride. Oh, hi fluffy one. I love young zebras. They are so fluffy. Look at that. And of course, this is a foal from the previous season, so you can just imagine how awkward looking and fluffy the new one will be. Of course, our beautiful oxpeckers also being visitors. Just cleaning the zebras, giving them a bit of a massage. Ooh. Just want to keep an eye on Dewey as well, because he's very sneaky, this hippo. When you are not paying attention to him, you know, he doesn't do much. And then when you are paying attention to the other animals, he wants all of the attention. Hi, Dewey. And he's also got an oxpecker friend for the day. You see, now he pretends that he's not interested in us. Come on, Dewey. Just give us one yawn or just a something. Please. Oh, fine. I will keep begging Dewey to give us a nice dew or vocalization. But while I'm busy with that, I'm going to send you to Steve to say good morning in Madikwe.
Well, good morning everybody, good morning and welcome to a very wet and rainy Madikwe. We finally have a gap in the rain after a solid day and a half of rainfall. We've had over 150 mils of rain, everything is very, very wet out there, and we have finally set up here on Clodeck to give you some views of some birds and hopefully some animals coming down to drink. Hello everyone, my name is Steve, I'm joined by BK over there on camera, and we are out and about in the beautiful Madikwe Private Game Reserve up in the northwest. Not private game reserve in the northwest, where the rain has been pouring for days, feels like, and we finally got an opportunity out here, but the roads are very saturated. We're not going to be able to visit any of the watering holes, so we're going to do some birding from the deck. How does that sound, BK? A little bit of birding? Sounds good to me. One of our more common bird species around in the lowland water areas here at Jackie's wetland. The African spoonbill. It's a very busy bird indeed, looking for all sorts of food that he displaces with his beak and his feet as he moves through the shallows. We'll see if we'll be able to put a couple new bird species on camera. I saw a reed cormorant a moment ago, who's now disappeared, as well as a white-breasted cormorant. The reed cormorant is on that stick at the back there, BK, that's sticking out, that V on the right. You see that V that's sticking out, that stick?
In the water.
Yeah, there is a reed cormorant sitting on there, I think. Let's see if we can get in there. Alan, thank you very much. Good morning to you, sir. We have not drowned. We have survived. We've had a few messages of concern. People wondering where we are. We have been trapped at home. It is almost unprecedented, the amount of rain that has fallen over the last, 48 hours. I think 200 mils have fallen already in November. 150 of them in the last 24 hours, which is a lot of rain.
The Mara Triangle is one of the most stunning locations that we have had the privilege to broadcast from, thanks to the unsung heroes, the Mara Rangers, who risk their lives to protect this Eden. These brave men and women deserve our support. Donate and be one of the helping hands uplifting these rangers, so that we may maintain this icon, the Mara Triangle.
development of a weaver colony on the right over there. Let's see if we can get ourselves a new weaver species. We've so far identified the southern masked weaver nesting the other day. Oh, BK, we got an elephant coming down. How exciting. We had some elephants just before you came to us. They came down to drink. There is an abundance of water out and about. But elephants don't like drinking in the muddy wallows. They are looking for the fresh stuff. Looks like a youngster. Is he going to come down or just walk past? And the rain returns. We had thought about maybe trying to get out there, but pretty much the entire area is closed apart from the major roads. Very limited access. And the clouds are still looming. Every now and again you get a little gap, you think it's promising, and then back in again. Taking the long way around. Nope. Going somewhere else. So this is my last day on Madikwe today. I'm going to be replaced by a gentleman by the name of Kevin. He's going to be hanging around with me for the next little while, getting a few tips. Kevin is a local. He actually has some property up in the private reserve that adjoins Madikwe up in the northeast, an area that most vehicles are not able to go to. So Kevin's got a very intimate knowledge of the area, so finding his way around and navigating the sightings and all that I think is going to be pretty easy for him. Just give him a few tips on how to wrap his head around the presenting. But we know all of you beautiful people out there are very kind, very generous. Janet, the colours of the elephants intrigue you. Well, it's from the mud. Very, very red earth that we find here, that they cover themselves in. Depends what the colour of the earth is in the area that an elephant or rhino occurs, and that's generally the colour you'll find them down in Sanbona in the Karoo where I was last week. The elephants and rhino were actually creamy white from the lightness of the mud down that side. It was actually quite a stark contrast. Once you've spotted it though, you know. I was never looking for a white elephant. We have a grey heron hunting over here. Very peaceful scenes. that a yellow-billed stork? Swallowed whole, and Beak and I are chatting. How must that feel? Swallowing a live organism straight into your throat, to your crop, still wriggling, squishing around. Must be quite something to feel that. I suppose once you get used to it. Ooh, BK, baby crocodile coming out the water just here on the edge. We asked about crocodiles. Here it comes. Just before the saddle-billed stork on the grass there. Yeah, just over there.
Yeah.
Left, left and up. There, down. Left. It's just...
Got it?
You got it, mate. There's a little crocodile. Now, little crocodiles don't do very well in areas with large crocodiles. Let's see what the saddle-billed stork thinks of the croc. Nope, he's going to go elsewhere. I think I can hear my first grey-headed bushshrike as well, BK. I don't think we've seen one. Cheryl B, the wetland here in Madikwe is full of action, full of activity. You're loving the action, we're glad. If it wasn't as wet as it is now and a bit warmer out there, we'd probably see lots and lots of animals coming down to drink. But as it is, water is in abundance. It was not actually a reed cormorant, BK. It's a white-breasted. Now that I see him, he's got the white throat. It's not bad though for 9 days, 131 birds. With a lot of rain. 131?
8 days, we didn't go out yesterday.
Oh yeah, Vika is going to say in 8 days because we didn't go out yesterday. And the rain has prevented us from accessing quite a large portion of the reserve. A lot of it to do with all-weather roads or wet-weather roads. Very important that you don't drive in areas that will cause damage. That's why many of these safari destinations are very, very popular in the winter months out of the wet season. But the wet season comes with enormous amounts of birding, baby animals, flowers, grasses flourishing, trees flourishing and in flower. It all depends on what you're looking for. So you might hear a few noises. We are basically at Jackie's treehouse camp, so there are people moving around, our staff, so if you do hear the voices, it is what's happening. A little bit of building repair. Some lovely birding to be had here.
Sorry about that. We'll try to get you back to Steve and his beautiful birds as soon as we can. How cool is that baby croc? Well spotted, Steve. I'm just still in Djuma, observing all of the animals. Our elephants have now all left. Dewey is still not, I don't know, he's not listening to me. I've literally begged him now to do a yawn for us or anything. He doesn't want to. It's fine. We will let him do it on his own time. And then, of course, I'm also keeping an eye on our other watering holes. However, I really want to take a look at that elephant dung pile we saw earlier on. Just want to see if there's still that many dung beetles on it. What's happening? Just look at that. So in comparison, you know, to when the elephants were all here earlier on and they defecated, just look at how well the beetles have already excavated this pile. And sort of, you know, of course, that makes it easier for all of them for constructing the actual dung ball. So as soon as they land at a defecation site or dung site, they will immediately, you know, start to spread it out as much as they can, and then they can, of course, start to make their dung balls. And it's always so interesting to see the different interactions amongst dung beetles as well, because, you know, of course, some of them will actually wait for one to construct a ball and then just steal it and walk off with it. So often you will see a dung beetle pushing a ball and another one will be, I almost want to say, glued onto that ball. And the one pushing is the one who's actually, you know, constructed the ball. The other one is just being a parasite and or a vulture just clinging onto it. But just look at that beautiful ball already constructed. And again, you know, this was an hour and a half ago, and they've already been so efficient with it. There we go. And he's on the move. Oh, you're late, buddy. It's pretty lucky that it's in such an open clearing for us, because generally, you know, elephants don't have a territory or a dung pile or anything that they constantly go to. They literally just poop and walk as they move each and every single day. Sorry, I thought I saw something there in the grass. Rolo, you would like to know if birds of prey eat dung beetles. I'm just trying to think now. I haven't seen one do it that I can recall. But of course, you know, they are food. So, woo! Let's see what the starling is doing. Speaking of which... But no, to be honest, from what I've seen, I haven't really seen birds eat dung beetles in particular. However, of course, you know, birds are, if they are insectivores or omnivores or whatever the case is, so I'm sure they can eat dung beetles. Just not sure how well they would taste. You know, they do feed off dung. But again, just shows you how incredible nature is, because, you know, elephants are vegetarians. So that is literally just digested grass and leaves and barks and everything. So it's actually full of nutrients. Just not sure how a bird would feel about eating the dung beetle. But as always, food is food out here. You can actually hear a lilac-breasted roller. I'm not sure if you guys can hear that. That is a lilac-breasted roller, probably one of the most beautiful birds Africa has to offer. Beautiful colors on him. So he might probably be in the tree that our dam cam is in. But we will have a look-see now and see if we can spot it. But speaking of birds and appreciating them in all their glory, let me take you back to Steve, who is still in Madikwe, busy with his birding.
Thanks, Lisa. Dung beetles galore at the moment. I made friends with a gentleman by the name of Doug the dung beetle the other day, who flew into my face. Got stunned for some period of time. I gave him a pep talk and we had a long chat until eventually he righted himself and flew off once again. So it's definitely the rainy season, and this is the period the dung beetles emerge out in their droves, burying dung for the purpose of breeding and surviving.
Violet back starling?
Oh, well done. BK is such a bird, everybody. He's such a bird. There we go. Violet-back starling in breeding plumage. Used to be known as the plum-coloured starling. When I say breeding plumage, it goes into that very beautiful purple coloration. The male in the breeding season, and out of the breeding season, loses that beautiful purple colour. Goes back into a drab colour, very much like the female. So, dung beetles out and about. It is the breeding time, not only for the dung beetles, but for a huge majority of our bird species. And the reason why they breed this time of year is because of the influx of insects, or should I say, the emergence of insects. And I've been truly blessed to have found a pair of protective glasses in the vehicle, which I've been using on a day-to-day basis, because when driving back with a spotlight, as I'm sure Kevin knows very, very well, insects like to find their way into your face, down your shirt. Hey BK, very nice, eh? So everybody, it's beautiful coming to the wilderness and to the bush, but just bear in mind, if you do have a phobia or a dislike of a large number of insects, do indeed think about your timing. This time of year, although a beautiful time of year, is not a great time of year if you are not a fan of insects. Our bird species fly all the way from Eastern Asia, Northern Europe, all the way here to feed on arthropods, to feed on insects. Sounds like a very long way to go, doesn't it? Their migration routes are timed with the emergence of the insects, and that is all cued with the rainfall. So these summer rainfall periods that define the savanna in southern Africa is also the cue for the insect emergence and majority of our birds to breed. Remove the rainfall and everything falls to pot. African spoonbill does not need to migrate. Their specialized feeding behavior enables them to access food that not every bird is able to access, although they will have sort of seasonal movements between pans. They're not known as a large migrator. Localized movements for sure. Any bird who stays here has got some specialization with regards to feeding. The wind has picked up quite strongly. Yes, Kirsty, the violet-backed starling is a inter-African migrant arriving here in October to April. So they've arrived only recently, coming into breeding plumage. So they occur throughout sub-Saharan Africa, from Senegal and Somalia south to South Africa. And they even a breeding visitor to southwest Arabian Peninsula, coming all the way down here to Namibia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Limpopo Province, Gauteng, Mpumalanga, Swaziland, KZN, some even into the Eastern Cape. Oof, that wind has really picked up. As with all starlings, the violet-backed starling is a tree cavity nester. There's a number of species that will use cavities for breeding here. And depending on the season, how much rainfall we have, they can breed as early as October and as late as January. Problem, I suppose, with the setting up on a deck across from the water is that if the wind does blow, there's no real escape from it if it's coming across the water.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
The sun is trying very hard to force its way through the clouds. Chatting with the head guide earlier, he reckons it's going to take at least 2 days of sunshine for areas in the reserve to be accessible again, at least 2. Even the watering holes such as Chukuru will not be accessible until the rains subside. And it's my last day here in Madikwe, Mr. BK. Oh, it's been so wonderful working with you, brother. Kevin is going to be swapping over with me. He'll be out with us this afternoon, or he is with us currently. And then he'll be on screen tomorrow morning. I fly back to Johannesburg before heading through to the Sabi Sands for 4 nights. I'm very excited about it. Very interesting how I'm here at Jackie's and I'm going to the Sabi Sands for 4 nights at Jackie's. So it's wonderful how the universe works. Oh, a pied kingfisher has just landed on the branch. I heard him calling. Bontvisvanger in Afrikaans. He's just to the right of that now, Beaks. The pied kingfisher. The only true hovering sort of bird that we see here. And they've enabled that ability to outcompete other kingfishers. All the other kingfishers have to, well, they sit and wait for the food. They can't really go very far out into water bodies to catch their food because they can't elevate themselves and look down for long enough. So the pied kingfish is able to fly through water bodies, hovering above the water, looking down just like it's doing now. Obviously that is in direct competition with the other fish-eating kingfishers, but it's also able to move out into the middle of a water body, hover, looking straight down, and then plunge diving into the water, closing both nictitating membranes on the eye to protect it from the shock of the water, and catching itself a fish. Can't really see his chest, can we? But the male characterized differently from the female by having a double breastband. So female has just the single. Errol, the spoonbill is pretty common in South Africa, all the way up into Zimbabwe, sort of the wetter regions of Botswana, missing out the whole Kalahari area, and then all the way up Mozambican coast, all the way down into the Cape, the Western Cape, and in the wetter, marshy sort of areas of Namibia. The desert areas of Namibia, we don't have them, and the Kalahari. Where else in Africa? I'm not 100% sure, but they do occur in Ethiopia, Mauritania, Sudan, Madagascar. Quite a wide variety, but obviously their habitat preference, shallow aquatic margins, and their food, small fish and any aquatic invertebrates that they might find. The Hadida ibis, the loudest of the loud. Many people always joke that they make so much noise when they fly because they are afraid of heights. What do you think, BK? And BK says to annoy people. I quite like the Hadida. The Hadida and I have got a nice rapport. Every time I see one, I feel happy. I feel like I'm on the right path. They are an ibis after all. The ibises are well represented in Egyptian hieroglyphics, ancient Egypt. The one god Thoth, who was the creator of the written word, something I'm attempting to improve at and do a lot more writing lately. The scribe, Thoth was the scribe. The ibis, probably more closely resembling the sacred ibis, which frequented the Nile Valley and which heralded the beginning of the wet season, and with the beginning of the wet season, productivity and the rebirth of life. There's actually evidence that around Egypt they had breeding areas and breeding grounds of the sacred ibis that were actually used for sacrificing to the gods for the coming of rain. No doubt their arrival, moving through the floodplains of the Nile Valley with the rising of the water levels, would have heralded the beginning of the wet season. It would have been a natural occurrence with rain falling, the river starting to increase in its size, and the water level rising under the surface would have pushed insects and organisms further up, which would have made feeding for the sacred ibises much more easy. Much easier. The crombeck calling. And the red-chested cuckoo. The Afrikaans name for the red-chested cuckoo is almost heard in the call, Piet my vrou, for those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about. Piet is an Afrikaans name for a man, a gentleman's name, Piet, and my vrou is my wife. So it's about as crazy a name as you can imagine, but that's what they feel like they're here. Piet my vrou, more like an onomatopoeia. You could also say live right now, which is a much more appropriate statement in my mind. Live right now, because there's no other moment to live than this very present moment. Don't you think, BK? Indeed, the Hardy-Dars, you see, I made a statement and the Hardy-Dars agree with me. So that happens all the time. I make profound statements, or I want to turn left or right, and the Hardy-Dars indicate that to me. Sorry, Max, I just heard the beginning of your question about pied kingfishers, male and females. Do they have the same something? Benjamin, they are almost exactly the same apart from the breast band. The male has got a double breast band and the female has only got one breast band. So a black band across the white chest. The male has got a double band, the female is single band. Nice one, Beaks, for catching the Hardy-Dars. Now, when you see Hardy-Dars on their own flying, they don't make a noise. But when they're in a group, they fly. To say this way, no, this way, no, I said this way. Very sensitive beaks, apparently able to smell or to very sensitively feel earthworms and worms on the ground deep in the soil. A very well-adapted probing feeding behavior. That means the Hardy-Dar ibis does not need to migrate, though they will have localized movements. Any bird with a specialized feeding behavior has no need to go anywhere. Like the woodpecker, no one's as specialized as a woodpecker. For that reason, they can breed at any time of the year, and especially when no one else is breeding. Because what do you need to breed? Enough food for you and your partner, enough food for your chicks. So there's no point breeding in the winter months if you're an insect eater without a specialization, because you are going to struggle to provide enough food in the lean times. Sorry about that, everyone. Another time to breed is when it rains due to the not only the food resources but the provision of grass material for nesting, or the provision of mud. All our swallows, they use mud for breeding. Martins. Obviously there is potentially mud late into the winter months, but not as much historically. If you took all of the big dam and water holes away, it was just natural rainfall and natural muddy wallows. That would be primarily a summertime event, cued with this type of period exactly. Brandon swallows, martins will use mud. Trying to think who else. Hammerkorps line the inside of their nest with mud to make it almost like a pizza oven. Many wasp species, potter wasps, parasitoid wasps will use mud. Trying to think who else might use mud. Off the top of my head, I can't think about it. Swifts use saliva and gluing together of feathers. Palm swifts actually physically glue their eggs to the underside of palm fronds. A number of bird species will use riverbanks themselves to nest in the side of the bank. And then a huge number of birds use cavities in trees created by woodpecker damage, or should I say by the damage caused by wood-boring insects, then excavated by woodpeckers. Some village weavers at the bottom here, BK. You can see the male is flying off there, so the village weaver around as well. And obviously a lot of bird species use some form of grass, palm frond, roots, lichen, feathers, animal fur. And then a lot of the old primitive birds, the ground nesters, will just scrape a little hole right there on the floor. Maybe line it with some vegetation, maybe just lay the eggs in amongst stones or animal dung. Very simple, but incredibly camouflaged eggs. What a lovely day to just sit and do some birding, Mr. Beeks. Definitely one of my favorite pastimes. Andy, you could sit here all day long. Well, we definitely are going to be sitting here all day long, it seems. See what other birds we can get. One of my favorite things to do is to find a watering hole, park off, make sure you've got coffee, make sure you've got snacks, water. Binoculars are an absolute must, because who knows what will come down and drink, and spend some time. Many times I've gone into Kruger and done that, and you'll get other people who pull in, they pull up next to you, they have a quick scan, they see nothing, and then they leave. But patience will provide you with incredible activity. I once spent 3 days at a watering hole. We saw wild dog kill, hippos killing an impala that wild dogs chased in. We saw lions, rhinos, elephants, lion. If I didn't say that already. And we heard a leopard, but we didn't see it. A standoff between two territorial male white rhinos and altercation between them about a female. Typical. Always about the ladies. It's not easy for everybody to spend 3 days at a watering hole though, but if you do get the potential, make sure you're stocked up with everything you need. What did you see, BK? Oh, swallow. So the main swallow we're seeing flying around here is the lesser striped. You can hear him as well. Play him for you in my phone. Have a little listen. A very similar call to that of the mosque swallow. A blacksmith lapwing, little downy there. I call them downies because they're covered in down feathers and are able to move from the nest quite early. When they're in the nest, we call them fledglings. Naked and blind at birth. So our little downies are those of ground nesting birds, and that is a blacksmith lapwing. Amanda, the most beautiful migratory bird. Oh, I love it when I see a broad-billed roller. There's something very, very beautiful about a broad-billed roller. Kevin, do you have a favorite migratory bird, the most beautiful migratory bird? Always nice seeing the moor falcons when they arrive. Something about birds of prey. and in their number. So many Amur falcons in one place. I can't think though at the moment what other is the most beautiful. Off the top of my head is the broad-billed roller, which apparently never gets it. Have you seen the broad-billed? You reckon carmine? Carmine bee-eater is a good one. Carmine bee-eaters in their beautiful pink coloration. They are very, very pretty. Oh, nice one, BK. Zen is very happy with your camera work. Incredible camera work, BK. He is very happy for the comments. Thank you for that. So the common myna is a bird that has naturalized in South Africa, in southern Africa. It used to be known as the Indian myna. It was brought in from India, an incredibly intelligent bird with the ability to make enormous amounts of calls. We do see them in quite a lot of areas in South Africa now. They started off as two very small populations, one in KwaZulu-Natal, the other one in Cape Town. They have since spread and moved to pretty much anywhere where human habitation occurs, and they have since naturalized. It's been more than 100 years that they've been in the area, and so now they're called the common myna. They are very closely related to a starling, if not a starling, and very pretty birds in their own right, although they are rather aggressive and they seem to outcompete indigenous birds. I saw some wonderful interaction between two common mynas and Birchall starlings on quarantine in Djuma not long ago. The Birchall starlings were giving the myna a very hard time. They compete over very similar food and same nesting sites. Again, a cavity hole nesting species with the ability to walk around on the ground and feed, which is a very good adaptation. Sorry, Chulu, if you could repeat that question from Yvonne. Something about the camera. It just dropped out there for a moment. I think I'm getting the question, but not 100%. I think everyone's asking, are birds difficult to get on camera, PK? Epic challenge. It depends on the bird, you know. If it's a lapwing that's standing there, it's just like taking a photo of an immobile baby. But try to take a picture of a running leopard. Not easy. So birds that are moving, birds that are flying looking for food, nearly impossible to capture on camera. And I don't point them out because they'll make you very sick. BK trying to find the swallows and swifts. If he did so with the camera, that'd make you all quite ill back home. Trying to follow the movement of a fast-moving bird with binoculars is hard enough. Is that the hammerkop there, B? You got him, eh? The hammerkop related to the herons, creators of the heaviest nest by a pair of birds known in southern Africa. Very well associated with freshwater bodies and probably one of the common birds to be found around water here in these parks. Well, Tina, all birds require water. A lot of them get their water from insects. But all the birds that you see around here, on the water and around the water, would be quite water dependent. Not just for the water itself, but for the food that is associated with the water. Their habitat is the water. All organisms need water in some form, but the majority of the insect-eating birds can sustain their water intake by eating insects. It's a very interesting fact that seed eaters have to drink regularly, but yet seed eaters, when they are breeding, feed their chicks insects, because most seed eaters, apart from a few, are able to, or not able to, bring water back to the nest, so they feed their chicks insects, caterpillars and the like, that are loaded with moisture. And then when the chick is fledging, they regurgitate a seed-like product from their crop that enables their chicks to then feed on seeds after that, having never tasted a seed before. Obviously, doves and pigeons create pigeon milk using a mechanism inside their crop from the seeds themselves. Sandgrouse males, the Burchell sandgrouse and the Makwa sandgrouse, able to bring water to their chicks using their chest hairs, chest feathers, which they can then bring water back to the nest. Pretty much any bird out here will need to drink, and you'll even see the swifts and the swallows that are feeding on insects all the time constantly dipping down to sate their thirst. Sorry, Chulu, I only got Martina and the reserve. I didn't hear anything else there. If you could repeat that, please. Okay, I think I got the gist of it. Which animals predate on birds on Madikwe? Well, snakes, monitor lizards, crocodiles, large birds of prey, medium-sized birds of prey, small cats, medium-sized to large cats. Depending on the bird, they all fall victim. So some of the major sources of predation on birds would be genets and mongooses, birds' eggs, monitor lizards, and snakes, such as the boomslang. And then birds around the watering hole would fall prey to raptors, such as hawks, sparrowhawks, goshawks, falcons, and obviously at any point, the medium-sized game birds fall victim to larger birds of prey, as well as to leopards, caracal, serval, and the like. So there is an enormous amount of predation out here. Just going to get myself a drink. It's thirsty work talking about birds at the watering hole. BK's got a water bucket coming through. Have a couple guests coming up onto the deck to come and do some birding, possibly have some lunch. Might need to just take a break to allow them to settle. Okay, well, we're going to stay here and get settled and see what our next movements are and send you over to Lisa on the Ukukuya watering hole.
Thank you, Steve. And I hope you have a wonderful last day there in Madikwe. I know it's never easy leaving a reserve. But yes, right now we are in Ukukuyo. And of course, our beautiful antelopes are still sticking around as always. We are very fortunate with the oryx and the springbok always gracing us with their awesome presence. I have very eagerly been keeping an eye on Ukukuyo for any interesting birds. I'm really hoping to see a bird of prey still. I have not yet. So I will definitely keep all of you guys updated. And of course also, again, I'm not saying this because I know today we said no expectations. But yes, you all know what I'm hoping for. As well as, you know, what I'm not hoping for. So, no, I don't think there's really anything I never hope for. Apart from hardy-does and baboons, I'm pretty fine with anything. But no, I have been trying to do some birding here at Ukukuyo as well. And Mashatu as well.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm going to start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes. It's in your nature.
Just want to have a look at this tree, see if we can perhaps spot some winged beauties in here. Because interestingly enough, just like anything else in nature, you never see everything. There's always something that's hiding or camouflaging so well. Let me just see. Of course, with the trees getting back their leaves, the animals love that. Because they can camouflage so much better. The other day there was a massive African rock python in Kruger National Park, in the southern part of the park, and I think I was there for a total of like 2 weeks straight, just in the same area in this tree. And you know, people were very concerned. Is it paralyzed? Is it dead? What's happening? And the snake in the end was actually busy molting. But it was the point I'm making now, it was so well camouflaged that you really had to look for it. So it's always good, you know, when you're looking at specifically a very bushy tree like this one, for instance, just to always make sure, is there perhaps something we are overlooking? There is a crow just at the top right. Which again, you know, we love and appreciate and respect all of the animals. But not particularly what we're looking for right now, Mr. Crow, but we like you. Don't worry. Nothing in the tree, it seems. And speaking of the pythons, my very first proper sighting I had as a naturalist was a python on Christmas Day. We were on a morning safari and we set out and we got to this one tree line, Kubu tree line it was still called back in the day. It was a reserve in the Waterbergs. And we just saw this one impala sort of like constantly alarm calling, but she was looking at the ground. And so we assumed, okay, it must be a snake or something. And when we got there, a python had actually swallowed her baby. And probably, I assume, newborn baby, because it was this season as well. Because on Christmas Day, but I don't think I will ever forget that. That was already a good 10, 11 years ago. But again, just shows you, you know, there's always something interesting. Just look at that impala camouflaging under the tree. Just in the corner at the top right. Alrighty. Well, of course, my good people, you know I am always on the lookout at our water holes. But speaking of water holes, Steve has got some visitors at his water hole in Madikwe.
Well, look who's come to say hi. Elephants. Are you with the littlest baby there, BK? Look at that little one. There's a tiny little one there. Let's see how he drinks. Oh, with the face. So precious. Okay, well, we're going to link you back to Lisa at the Ukuyo Waterhole.
Thank you, Steve. We will try to get you all back to Steve in just a bit. Just gonna ask him to perhaps reposition or something. Just, of course, as always, we are live. It is the bush, so sometimes the signal is not always in our favor. But of course, we will try to get you back to that adorable Nunu elephant. But speaking of elephants, I'm just still waiting for those ones here in Okukuyo. But again, I'm happy with everything we've seen so far today. Of course, we had a beautiful elephant sighting ourselves in Djuma this morning with a lot of different dynamics, a lot of different things happening with the group. So that was so special. And as always, Okukuyo is just promising for a beautiful, peaceful day. It really is stunning. And I'm still looking for birds. Again, it does make it tricky. Okukuyo literally refers to Great White Area. And you can see why. But of course, this is the largest salt pan in Africa. So a lot of the animals enjoy this area. So you can actually find the whole big 5 here, apart from the buffalo. So unless there's buffaloes that have recently moved in without our knowledge, you can pretty much see all of the other animals here, even cheetah. So again, we tend to more or less get used to the antelope and the general game and everything, but there's always something new to see here, and every day is different from another day, which makes it so much more exhilarating. And that's the one thing I always say to my guests, especially on overcast, gloomy days. Guests would ask you, do you think we should go out? Like, it's very, of course, we're human. You just want to lie in bed and chill. But I always say to my guests, let's rather go out and see absolutely nothing, as opposed to staying in and, my colleagues come back, the other guests come back and they say, you will not believe what we saw. And that is honestly what I love about these various waterhole locations that we have as well. I'm always constantly keeping an eye on each and every waterhole and checking every corner, every rock, as much as I can, of course. I'm not an octopus, I'm a human. But yes, that way, in trying to see that we don't hopefully miss out on anything. So, yes, but it's, come on, Oryx, it's time for a drink. But it's exhilarating, to think that anything can show up here at any time. Lions, elephants, rhinos, cheetah. Very, very cool. But yes, I don't know who of you did hear earlier on when I asked the question, have you ever been to Africa? If yes, please let me know where you went and what your experience was. Or if you have not yet been to Africa, please let me know where you would like to go. The Masai Mara, Namibia, Djuma. It's always interesting to hear people's different takes on this. I'm really, again, I know we spoke about this yesterday. We are currently, of course, in baby season. But I'm really just crossing all of my fingers and toes. I really want to see a live birth. I know I'm asking for a lot. And I sound like a lot of my guests, you know, from former safaris that I conducted. They'll arrive, it's the first time in Africa, and they say, okay, we want to see a birth, we want to see a kill, we want to see animals mating, we want to see baby elephants, baby lions, baby buffaloes, you know, this whole list. So it really is funny when we make demands, but I'm just putting that out in the universe. Mother Nature, if you're listening, we would not mind accidentally witnessing a live birth, whether it's from zebras or anything really. We'll be happy. Just want to check our usual game path. Because sometimes, just sometimes, you know, when you are coincidentally just having a look at it, you can actually see a big group of animals approaching. Let me just make sure. Or jackal puppies. Imagine we see jackal puppies here in Okokoyo. Oh man, that would make my day. I remember my very first safari that I took my father on as a qualified and a professional naturalist. We saw everything. I think that safari alone we were very lucky. We saw cheetah and lions and elephants and rhinos. And literally as we headed home, I told him, let's just swing past a jackal den, which funny enough was in a drainage line underneath the road. And as we got there, sat there a while, of course, and then the little ones emerged. And to this day, my father will tell you that he's me or anything, he just thought it was so adorable. So just imagine we see some jackal puppies here in Okokoyo. And I would love to actually also go on a bushwalk here. Well, I guess here at Okokoyo it will be called a rock walk. Not really much bush from what we can see, but I think the tracks and the rocks and, you know, the insects that you can find there would be so fascinating. I think we should really make a plan to do that. they're off again. I just love to see how the animals come and go and come and go. Not just here at Okokoya, of course, at all of our other watering holes as well. And you will not believe me if I tell you this. Apart from our elephants that we had a super brief glimpse of at Mashatu, there has been no other animal activity really there. Which, again, is odd. Very, very odd. Just shows you never expect anything or take it for granted. Just sort of appreciate everything that you see. But please do let me know and send me your questions and comments, in general as well. But please do let me know. Have you ever been to Africa? If yes, where did you go and what was your experience? And if not yet, where do you want to go? Would you like to go to the Masai Mara? Perhaps to Greater Kruger? Perhaps to Amakhala, the Eastern Cape, where those areas are. Because of course that is the stunning thing about South Africa. I remember when working in the States, people would often ask me, okay, well, there's a lot of things that are better on this side of the world. Would you not consider moving here? And of course, just like any other country, we do have a lot of issues and stuff. No place is perfect, but never, ever, ever would I do that, no. It really is such a beautiful and diverse country. I mean, just if you look at the waterhole locations we are currently looking at. So Okokoyo, in comparison to Djuma, in comparison to Mashatu, they are all so different. And it really, I think that is what makes South Africa or Southern Africa, I should say, so beautiful. It's just the complete diversity that you can find anywhere. So we really are so blessed. Alrighty, but I don't know about any of you, but I am rather curious to know what Mr. Rolf is up to in Kariga, so let's have a look.
Well, I've been sitting watching Tembi and her calf have a lovely mud wallow. And the little calf was rolling around in the mud, absolutely enjoying it. And, well, what could be happier than a rhino full of mud? I think possibly only a warthog full of mud. There's a couple of contenders. Warthog, buffalo, maybe an elephant in a pond. But there's not many things that seem happier than a rhino wallowing in the mud. Now that they've cooled off, they're just grazing here, still next to Scotia Dam. The wind's picked up a little bit now. It's getting quite strong. Doesn't seem to bother the rhino too much for now. But it was rather hot earlier, so that's why they came down for a wallow. There is rain on the way, so we can expect the weather to be a little bit changeable and tomorrow morning it's going to be raining. Maybe right through the day. We'll have to see. It always changes. What is expected tomorrow might change by this afternoon. So you see Tembi's got her radio collar on her front right leg, whereas that male, he's got it on his back leg. So I think the vets just decide which one it's going to suit better when they actually do it. I don't think there's any preference. They do need to go on the feet. With Rhino. Once again in perfect nick. You can see their health is ideal. Not too fat, not too thin. Charles, good question. I don't know. I've never heard of any rhino that have succumbed to snake bites. I think because their skin is so thick, it's probably difficult for fangs to enter through. You know, if you look at rhino, elephant, buffalo, all the thick-skinned animals, hippo included, their skin is about an inch thick. And it's not just that thick, it's also very tough. So for a set of fangs to go through there, I don't even think it's possible. I think they would break off. So maybe a little calf could be bitten. But in this part of the country, we have mostly, the most common snake is the puff adder. And they're ambush hunters. I'd say probably second in terms of venomous snakes being the Cape Cobra. The most common snake here overall is probably the Natal tree snake, which people often mistaken for boomslang. And you know, very often when you see boomslang, everyone thinks a green snake. If they see a green snake, they think boomslang. And surprise, surprise, you mostly see alternative coloured boomslang that aren't even green. They're normally grey. I think it's the little males that are green, and then the females, they are a mix of different colours. They're one of the most variable snakes. But whenever somebody sees a green snake in a tree, boomslang. It is a slang in the boom or a snake in the tree, but it's not a boomslang. It's mainly non-venomous, harmless snakes that get persecuted for no reason except for looking like a snake. But anyway, back to the rhino. Yeah, I don't think snakes would be very well advised to try and bite down on a rhino. I think they might just break their fangs. And I would assume that the best, or the chance of being bitten by a snake is probably going to be mostly down to a now I'm thinking boomslang, a puff adder, who's got the fastest strike out there. But in my knowledge, I don't know of any rhinos that have been bitten by snakes. I think with the sheer weight of these animals, the chances of them getting bitten by snakes is probably if they stand on them. So the snakes are probably quicker to move off when they know that a rhino is on its way.
Did Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the Sunset Show yesterday, Tessa saw Maribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
It's absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this!
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth.
Wind's progressively getting stronger and stronger as we head into the afternoon. It's turned now. It was coming from the west. Now it's coming from the east, so it's onshore again. So Ben, the males tend to leave a little bit earlier than the females. However, with rhinos, especially white rhino, these mothers, they perform true parental care. As we've seen with Thandi, she's got a 5-year-old and 2-year-old children that are, or calves that still move with her. That's Mtetu and Sia. But Mtetu is sort of on the edge of her either chasing him away or him moving on his own. So it's up to sort of, can be between 6 and 7 years, but generally then it's time to move on, you know. But having said that, she could have 3 calves that are with her at the same time. We do think that she's pregnant, so she could give birth any time soon, and that would mean that Mtetu, Sia and the newest little arrival would still be hanging around her. So it's quite incredible. I haven't seen more than 3 hanging around a mama rhino. Now, having said that I'm talking about Thandi. This is Tembi and her first calf, who's also around 2 years old. So I'm sure at some stage we will have a second calf to Tembi. Candy, yeah, well, I'm pretty sure it's sort of just down to where it's not consistently too cold. They are sort of adapted to hot environment, and like with a lot of the animals, if there are real extended periods of cold and wet, they don't do that well. But they seem to really enjoy and flourish here in the Eastern Cape. But this is like a subtropical environment. It does rain a lot, but it doesn't get extremely cold. If we go anything under 10 degrees, everybody is freezing. But it is sometimes affected by the wind chill factor. But so it's a very mild climate that we have here. Going up into the Lowveld and into the Northwest Province, they do have sort of in winter very cold mornings, but it does get very hot in the afternoons. So I think those sort of ranges are right for them, but I do not believe that they would survive very well in very cold extended periods. I know in the safari parks in Britain and so on, they do need to bring them inside and keep them warm when they have snow and sub-zero temperatures, because of their adaptation to living in the African sort of cold that, we don't get that extended icy periods that they may do in Europe and in Britain. Ollie, good question. So they need to eat in excess of 100 kilos of dry grass every day, and they defecate.
Als je daar dan op de pootjes afhaalt en dan gaan we geen vlees aan zitten en de kop, dan ga je niet aan vlees gaan niet verloren. Dat jij, dat wel bij de voorpoot.
out on anything. So yes, hopefully we get a lot of action still at the waterhole here at Okokoyo. But always wonderful to see Rolf's rhinos there in Kariga. They truly are so special. But yes, sorry, just to continue from Rolf, Ollie. So we'll try to get him back, but just to answer your question or to finish answering your question for Rolf. They eat in excess of about 100 kgs of dry grass a day. And then just like elephants, they've got very poor digestion. So they only digest about 30% of what they eat, which is why when you do, sort of look at rhino dung and elephant dung, you can still see a lot of the grass with white rhinos, for instance. But with elephants, you can still see a lot of the branches, twigs, leaves, all of that. So it's quite sad, actually. It's such a massive animal, and they have this poor digestion. So they constantly sort of have to, maintain a diet almost, I want to say, and make sure they eat enough. They do not have that lucky thing of giraffes, for instance, which also a massive animal, but of course they are ruminants, so they are much more fortunate as opposed to the elephants and rhinos, who cannot regurgitate their food and get as much nutrients as possible. I honestly wish I could do that. I would be so thrilled if I could be a ruminant. But as always, we are live and interactive, so please do send through your questions, comments. I'm still very excited to hear what all of you say about my question that I had earlier. Have you been to Africa? If yes, where did you go and how was your experience? And if not, what is on your bucket list? For instance, Okokoyo and Mashatu are on my bucket list. Djuma again, but I've visited Djuma numerous times in my life. I practically grew up there. But yes, let me know. And it doesn't just have to be, the wild earth locations. It can literally be anywhere you've always wanted to visit in Africa. Let me know what you think. But please, of course, any other questions or comments, please do send them through. Whatever you see and whatever you would like to learn about, please do shoot us those questions and comments, because we love hearing from you. We want to personalize your safari and have you enjoy it as much as possible. Carol, thank you so much for answering my question. You are saying you would love to visit the Masai Mara. Could not agree with you more. Yes, and a trillion times yes. Honestly, that has always been on my bucket list. My aunt went, I think, last year or the year before. I think it was last year. And she could literally not stop talking about it. She herself is a wildlife enthusiast. She often visits Kruger and Greater Kruger and even, in the Cape region. But I have to say, the Masai Mara was really something that impressed her. So, thank you for your answer. And for the rest of you, please let me know, where do you want to go if you have not yet been to Africa? If you have been to Africa, where did you go and how did you experience it? It really is. I know you probably think I'm very easily entertained or satisfied when it comes to sightings. I probably am. I'm a very easy customer when it does come to wildlife and, you know, just seeing everything, because I can literally get excited for anything out here. This little grebe that we see on the water, they are adorable. I can listen to them the whole day. I can watch them the whole day, as silly as that sounds. And of course, you know, when you do see things like the big five and baby animals and an animal perhaps on a kill, of course, that's not everyone's cup of tea. But whatever your fancy is, you know, that's why we just have to bear in mind all of these things. That little grebe, that zebra, that oryx, all of these are very intricately intertwined in Mother Nature and in the ecosystem. And they all sort of play off each other's energy and habits and movement, which is so incredible if you think about it. But yes, I am easily entertained when it does come to safari and watching animals. I can literally just sit next to this waterhole and just watch the animals the whole day. And that is why my mother said, you know, it's so incredible, this particular location, because if you are not someone that, you know, constantly wants to be on a safari vehicle, that wants to go out and experience the bush actively, then this is really such a perfect destination.
Ik heb geen idee wie erbij is.
Tom, I believe is your name, if I heard that correctly. Serengeti and Masai Mara. Yes, definitely agree with you there. Again, I would love to see, you know, all of those animals moving. However, that being said, you know, it's sad how as humans, and not to make this very sad and, you know, miserable, but the other day I saw some footage of a lion sighting, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And it was this lion that had made a kill. I think it was a lion. It was either lions or cheetah. I can't remember. And literally, I think within 5 minutes, there was something like 30 cars surrounding that sighting alone. And it's not like they're giving the animal space or anything like that. So, sadly, you know, in a lot of areas, not just in Africa, all over the world, I believe, like in Brazil, the Amazon as well. Unfortunately, you know, sometimes as people, we do tend to, I almost want to say, overtake an area. But yes, definitely, I would love to go to the Masai Mara and see it in its natural habitat. That's why I say, you know, when we have the opportunity, like we do every single day, on Sunrise Safari, on Sunset Safari, on Escape to Nature, Penguin Beach, we are in such a privileged position to be seeing these animals the way we are. Like the zebra. It's completely in its natural habitat. It's in the wild. It doesn't know we are here. It's not bothered by us in any manner at all. And so it's so cool to see these animals like we do. But yes, keep your answers coming. I would love to hear from all of you. Free Spirit, awesome name by the way. So you apparently have been to Kenya, and I believe it is Tanzania and South Africa. Yes, absolutely. Africa does stay in your soul. And you know, I've been fortunate to have a lot of return guests, as we call it as naturalists, you know, guests that have formerly visited South Africa or Africa in general, and then come back. And that's one thing they really say in Afrikaans, and I will translate this, but in Afrikaans we say as die Afrika goggo jou eers byt, dan is dit vir ewig in jou bloed, which translates to as soon as the Africa bug has bitten you, and not a literal bug. Of course, you know, we do have literal bugs, but when the Africa bug has bitten you, it stays in your blood forever. So thank you for that, and thank you for visiting Africa. How wonderful. And again, you know, even for myself, just on my continent alone, this continent is home to me, but I still have so much to discover just in Africa alone. Missing Tandi, that's a beautiful name. But you are saying you would love to go to Djuma and Kruger with Tristan so he can show you all of the leopards. Yes, of course, he is dubbed our leopard whisperer at Wild Earth, but I know he hates that name. He's not very fond of it. But yes, I think that would be rather exhilarating, you know, going with Tristan and seeing some of the rosettes that Djuma and Kruger has to offer. And this weather is just stunning. I can't believe it actually stuck around because, again, as I say, in Southern Africa, specifically from my experience, you know, it can be a beautiful sunny morning and then, you know, in 2 hours it's complete storm, complete chaos, and then vice versa as well. I guess that's really how it is anywhere or any part of the world. But yes, I am so thrilled that Ukukoyo's weather actually stuck around for the day, because from what I've seen personally, a lot of the times, you know, if it starts out sunny, then it does tend to get a bit gloomy, just purely because of the season, not because that is what happens in South Africa or Southern Africa. Which is, hopefully it might become a little bit hotter. It is a bit I mean, 32 degrees Celsius is hot, but any South African will tell you, no, that's not hot yet. I remember the one day when I was working in Kruger, or in Greater Kruger, I should say. We had one day where it was a blasting 52 degrees Celsius. And for any of you that are not familiar with Celsius, that is abnormally hot. Like that is, don't go out of your room, stay hydrated, stay in one position so you don't waste any energy. That is how hot it is. But yes, hopefully with this nice weather, some of the other animals will come around again. But in the meantime, let us head over to Djuma and see what we can see there. So I've just been keeping an eye on Gowrie Dam. We did ever heard of elephants coming down for a drink, but it was literally so fast. They literally, it's like the matriarch rushed them, like, take your drink, let's go, put it in your mouth. You know, let's carry on with the day. But hopefully they stick around and they, will come around again. Just want to have a look. I haven't paid much attention to our geese today. It's been so busy with all of the other animals, including our dung beetles. And since last week, because of course we spotted Marips here on the other side of the dam wall, and then he made his way across to here and eventually got a hold of a scrub hare. And since that sighting that we had, I don't want to say incident, since that sighting that we had, because he was literally just behind this tree when Cedric relocated him again, he had his scrub hare. I have been set on looking at every bush, every tree, every grass, because you never know, specifically with leopards, how well they can hide. I always say to guests, we probably drive past 3 leopards in a safari, because they may be spotted, but they hate being spotted. So if they don't show themselves to you, you don't really see them, unless you are looking very, very hard, or unless they were moving when you spotted them. At least from my experience. I've had many leopard sightings in my life, and I have to say, very rarely is it like that day. Speaking of Tristan, that we had that leopard, just lying in the road when he came around the corner. Very rarely does it happen like that. And the thing with leopards as well, people tend to think you will see them in a tree, because that is where they are, often found, but you are more likely to actually see a leopard on the ground as opposed to in a tree. So that's why I always just like to check every single corner, every single bush. Just make sure we are not overlooking anything. Because like that, there might be 2 leopards around that we are not aware of. Which again, how thrilling is that? No, there is my roller and I keep looking for this bird and it keeps evading me. Seriously. I'm gonna see if I can find it. But yes, that I don't know. This roller and I don't understand one another. As I said earlier, I keep hearing it, but I do think it's in this actual tree that the dam cam is probably on. That is my suspicion, because I always just see flashes of it. I always hear it vocalizing. But when it comes to actually spotting it, that bird is making my life difficult. One day is one day. I'm going to ask our wonderful zoomies to help me find this silly lilac-breasted roller. Just want to have a look-see at our dung beetles and see how far the excavation process is going. So for those of you only joining now, earlier on we had a big herd of elephants. And of course, as they do, they poop the whole world full. And Leopard Lover, you are saying you are thoroughly enjoying this talk. Thank you. I almost said something about poop now, but yes. Always interesting to look at the different dung and everything. I don't see movement. However, of course, you know, we are not up close. This is the closest we are able to get. You can see here and there are still dung beetles around, but even 2 hours ago, when the dung was still highly fresh, they were already starting their balls and starting to roll away. So don't think much happening here anymore apart from that one on top and probably those inside. So I just want to... But earlier on, of course, you know, dung beetles have brilliant senses of smell. So as soon as that elephant defecates, they can smell it from far away and they will sort of come in for landing to that dung pile and then start their crappy day. Yuan, you are saying you would like to go to the Great Lakes and the Serengeti, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, you see, that is the problem with Africa. There's so many options. It's like a good buffet, you know, you can't just choose one thing or a couple of things. There's so many things that we would love to experience and love to see. And I think even if you just dedicate all of your time to traveling, you will never see everything. Never, ever, ever see everything. Sorry, just bear with me. As always, I just like to make extra sure we are not overlooking a couple of ears or anything like that. Because, of course, it's not that hot today, so predators might be visible out in the open. But again, they do tend to be unpredictable, not just the leopards, but also lions. A lot of my lion sightings were unplanned and unpredictable. LG7, thank you so much for getting in touch with us. That's beautiful. You are saying you're 80 and thanks to Wild Earth, you don't have to travel to Africa. Thank you so much for that. We really appreciate that. And yes, of course, it's all thanks to you, our brilliant viewers, that make all of this possible as well. And I have to say, that is the one awesome thing for me as well. So when I was working at Disney, I was a cultural representative. And the amazingly brilliant thing to me about that was I got to go represent my home country, South Africa. But, there were also people from Botswana, people from Kenya, a lot of other places in Africa. And we got to go share our knowledge and our experience and all of that with people that did not have the chance to visit Africa. So thank you so much for that. And that is also why I love Wild Earth and being a part of the team, is we get to not educate people on Africa. It's not always all the time learning. As you can hear, we talk a lot of nonsense as well. But, we get to be entertained simultaneously, and not just you as the viewer, us as naturalists as well as the whole Wild Earth team, the tech people, the directors. For all of us, this is such an amazing experience as well. So we are really, really grateful and happy that you enjoy watching and joining us on Wild Earth. Also, just want to have a look. We did have some vervet monkeys here earlier, but I think they may have gone to the actual base camp to annoy the people there. Even Dewey's been very difficult today. I mean, I've sat earlier on probably a good half an hour just focusing on him, just giving him the spotlight. And do you think he appreciated it? No. Not our beloved Dewey. Sorry, I just thought I saw some movement. Alright, now if you will all join me in calling Dewey, but we are not gonna, he doesn't respond to human calls. So we are all going to join in now and then do the hippo call. If you are not familiar with it, I will do it once and then you can follow. Alright, so it's not perfect. I haven't done it in a while. So just bear with me. So I'm gonna call him now. Okay, and now all of you join in. Now I'm very much out of practice. Very, very much. I had a guest the one time. She was actually from Pretoria. Her name is Karen. And that is the only thing she wanted to see. She didn't care about lions and leopards and stuff. She just wanted to sit next to a water hole and listen to them vocalize. So eventually we got very good at the call. But as I say, of course, I've been out of practice. So I will definitely practice that one for you guys. But let's just wait a minute or two and see if Dewey does come up for us. All right, well, I'm going to do something very random now, while the animals are not, following script today. They were for the first, for the better half of Escape to Nature. But I'm just very anxiously, I really want to see Dewey. So while we wait for him, I'm going to give you 3 facts about myself. And one of them is going to be false. All right. So, first one is, I am the youngest of 7 children. Second one is, 2 years ago, I think it's 2 years ago, I actually gashed my left hand with a machete while clearing a tree out of the road at night time. So, and then the third one is, I have never been charged by one of the big 5. So please do let me know while we wait for Dewey. Since he is not doing his job today, I will do mine. Let me know which. There you are. Look, he's coming. Ta-da! Okay, but you see, he has to do his job properly. That's Dewey. We spoke about this. Come on. I just want to see a good yawn from him. I haven't in so long. Of course, he was giving Ben a brilliant show last night with his stick playing. But yes. In the meantime, get to know your crazy naturalist, Lisa. Which of the following 3 is false? So, I'm the youngest of 7 children. I have a scar on my left hand from a machete incident from clearing a tree at night. And then what was my last one? Oh, I've never been I've never been charged by one of the big 5. What do you think? Which of those statements is false?
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes. Wild Earth Nature.
and we've got some terrapins as well that are in the water just saying hello. Catch terrapin, do it. Alrighty, and I'm still waiting for your answers on my my Lisa the Crazy Naturalist quiz. So which of the following is false? I'm the youngest of 7 children. I have a scar on my left hand from a machete from clearing a tree from the road at night. Or the last one, I've never been charged by one of the big 5 whilst on foot. Let me know what you think. Well, we now apparently wait for the grey heron as well to... The animals are all chilling. I think it's the elephants that started this nonsense. They're just having a proper movie and chill day. They're busy Googling. Dewey, I'm going to give you one last chance. Seriously. Do it. Woo, I'm very out of practice. I used to be perfect at that, believe it or not. Nope. Dewey is having a proper chill day, that's fine. You do you. We'll quickly look at the birds on you and then move on, carry on with our day. Dewey! Charlotte, you are partaking in my little quiz, I believe. You are saying I'm not the youngest of 7. I am. So that is not the one that is false. I've got a very complicated family though. I don't have a family tree. I've got a vine of some sorts. Not even... That's probably the easiest way to explain it. However, I am the youngest of 7 children. I've got 2 brothers, 4 sisters. However, I'm the only offspring from the same male and female. To put it in animal terms. But yes, I am the youngest of 7. And I'm very, very young. Ek is 'n laat lammetjie, as we would call it. My father is 40 years older than I am. So, but thank you for guessing, but that one is not the false one. That one is true. I am the youngest of 7 children. So which of the other 2 is false? Either I've got a scar on my left hand from a machete, which I used for clearing a tree at night, or I have never been charged by one of the big 5. Which one of those 2 statements is a lie? Oh, Dewey, I can't deal with you. even. That's probably the easiest way to explain it. However, I am the youngest of 7 children. I've got 2 brothers, 4 sisters. However, even. That's probably the easiest way to So apparently that Impala was camera shy. Could not want us having such a close look at it. Sorry about that. But we are back with Coolio. And another answer. Sorry about that. This weather is promising for some technical difficulties today. However, not in Okokoyo. Okokoyo is beautiful today. Alrighty, then I do believe we have another answer for my little Lisa quiz. So, Joy, in Hong Kong, I believe, you are partaking in the quiz, if I'm not mistaken. So you said, if I'm not mistaken, that the third is false. That I've never been charged by the Big Five would be a false statement. So I'm just going to wait for one more answer, and then I will reveal the truth. So let me know. Do you think Joy is correct in saying that my statement of never being charged by the Big Five is correct? Or do you think the other one is false? That I have a scar on my left hand from a machete. So I'm just gonna make it interesting. One more answer. Dex, you are saying the scar statement is false. Tum tum tum. Alright, so if you have just chewing, goodness Lisa, words. Let's use words. If you have just joined us, I set out a quiz for our viewers. So which of the following 3 statements about Lisa the Crazy Naturalist is false? So first off, I'm the youngest of 7 siblings. That is in fact correct. Second statement is I have a scar on my left hand from a machete from having cleared a branch at night. That one is true. So the false statement would be I've never been charged by one of the Big Five on foot. I have in fact been charged by one of the Big Five, which was buffaloes on foot. However, that being said, I want to make it clear I was not the one conducting the walk. I was a guest on the walk, so we stumbled upon a injured buffalo, and as you can imagine, he was not too happy with our presence. But luckily, he broke his charge, and no one was harmed, or no shots had to be, fired or anything like that. Our guide was brilliant in handling the situation, and he just shouted and sort of made our presence known and made ourselves look bigger. So that one is false. I have been charged by one of the big five on foot. However, I was not the guide or the naturalist on foot. And then the scar story. A very funny story. Whilst we are waiting for our beautiful animals with the trunks or the horns here at Ukukoyo. So I was actually on a night drive. And funny enough, my guests were 4 ladies with their 4 daughters, and the 1 lady's husband joined. So to this day, I feel very sorry for him. He was the only thorn amongst the roses. And so we were slowly making our way back to the lodge. And we got to this one water hole called Kubu Dam. And the elephants had pushed a tree over in the road. Now the only way for me to, sort of get around the tree was either to clear it or to reverse all the way back, because there was no way of turning around. So I actually started, going at this branch, and literally on the last gash that I had to give it, a thorn jabbed into my palm, and then as I flinched, my other hand was still coming down in motion, and I nearly lost my index finger that night, had it not been for me cutting to the actual bone. So yes, then rushed to hospital, not hospital, to the doctor, because it's Hoedspruit, very small town. But yes, then I also got my first ever stitches in my life. Very, very exciting. As a naturalist, we always have some or other adventure coming our way. But thank you all so much for partaking in that weird little quiz. Just want to have a look, make sure no one is on their way on the game path. Elephants! Sorry, I just had to sneeze there. But we've had a brilliant day so far. Of course, we've still got a tiny bit of escape to nature left. But let me know what you have loved seeing so far today. The amazing elephants in Djuma, the dung beetles, the rhinos in Kariga, Steve's beautiful bird and baby crocodile. Just find it so interesting how the springboks are always keen on a swim. Or cool down, I should rather say. It's not like elephants, that get full on into the water. Is that a terrapin? Just bear with me. I don't know. Goodness, just fell over my own tongue. I don't know if it'll allow us to go that closely, but let's try. I just want to see if that's a terrapin on that rock in the water on the right hand side. just my first terrapin in Ukukoyo. And no, it's not the first terrapin to ever arrive here. It's just the first one I can actually see. So this weird spotted rock in the water, you can actually see a terrapin on it. How cool is that? And of course, you know, we do know that they exist here. But again, just like all of our other mystical creatures here, they tend to blend in very, 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 very well with the rocks and the sort of geology and landscape that we see here in Ukukoyo. I often call this our moon safari because it looks like someone just took the moon and placed some random animals on it. Ooh! What is happening? I think those were two black-headed herons. They were so fast. Well, the one was fast. The one is still sticking around. So that would be a black-headed heron that we see over there. Obviously, you know, just like we see with our grey herons, the spoonbill that we saw earlier with Steve, as well as the yellow-billed stork. Of course, fishing birds. So just sort of look for sushi as much as they can. Dax, thank you so much. Yeah, you're also the youngest of 7 children. If you have just joined us, I know that is a very random thing to talk about. We have gotten to know each other a bit today on Escape to Nature. So yes, I'm the youngest of 7 children. So and this was always fascinating, you know, when my guest asked me this when they visited a lodge. So how does it work when you're the youngest of 7 children, you know? Do your parents just have such a great marriage that they just had 7 children? So, as I said, I am the only offspring of the same male and female, to break it down in animal terminology. Then I've got 2 sisters and 1 brother from the same female, but we share different males, so different fathers. And then I've got 1 sister that we've got the same father, different mothers. Then I've got a sister and a brother from, well, they are actually my stepbrother and sister, but I grew up with them mostly, so all of them either step or half, but nonetheless all my brothers and sisters. Family. I always think it when I look at the zebras, specifically in Ukukoyo, because, you know, we see them in fairly large numbers. So I always wonder, is this the same heron? Is it like we spoke about earlier today in Juma with elephants? You know, is it 2 different groups that just quickly joined up? Not necessarily consciously, they just coincidentally arrived at the same time and then they'll all go their separate ways again. Or what is the situation? And they're often, again, even if they are from different herons, they can still follow the same game path. Because again, that is a safe route for the animals. It sort of is an indication to them. This route has been used by at least one species before us. So it must be safe. It's already, sort of trampled out. And generally, as naturalists, and again, this is not always the golden rule, but this is generally the rule of thumb to follow. As naturalists, we are taught, specifically when you are studying to become a trails guide or a walking safari guide, generally, a game path will always lead to water. Because of course, that is what animals need. That is one of their most dire and basic requirements is water. So, for the most part, generally, if you follow a game path, and some are long, some are really short, you will always end up at water. Seppo, you would like to know, is it common to find zebras alone and without antelope? So I assume you mean, as a heron, I take it, not with other antelope, or if you mean, just one single zebra. So both of those are possible. Of course, animals are creatures of habit, so for the most part, they will have a social structure or some hierarchy that they are in fact following. But yes, of course, you can find one zebra alone, which could be a stallion that was either dominated by another stallion, or it could be an older zebra. From what we learn, a lot of the times with a lot of animals, if they become too old and too weak, they do get kicked out, whether they were dominated by a younger male or not. But if you mean, is it possible to just, for instance, here at Okukoyo, is it possible just to find zebras and no other antelope? Absolutely, yes. Animals will, of course, traverse as they need to. And as I say, sometimes there are other animals around. Again, they don't mind each other. And because they don't eat each other. And, of course, there is also the safety in numbers factor. So if there's a predator around, they can alert one another. And again, I to this day do not know if it is a conscious thing or just sort of a coincidental thing almost, I want to say. Do they realize that the more they are, the harder it'll be for a predator to single just one out? Or is it just a coincidental thing to them? Like a lot of the other behaviors we see with animals, A lot of it is not taught. A lot of it is just instinctive. They just sort of know. But how do they know? It truly is so incredible. Like this one springbok now. Does it know it is much more vulnerable as is? Does it not care? Because at the end of the day, I think when you are an animal that could potentially become prey, you're always on edge. Whether there's other animals around or not, you're always going to be nervous because you never know what is coming for you, whether it's day or night, morning, night. It's, I think it's a fairly scary world out there. Come on, heron, give us a live kill. I remember specifically in the summertime, if you had guests telling you, oh, we want to see a kill. And I would always take them to a water hole, specifically in the summertime. And then you'll see a stork or a heron or something getting a fish. Then you're like, wish granted! And people are not impressed with you. That is not what they meant.
Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the sunset show yesterday, Tessa saw Maribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
It's absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this!
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth. Your name.
Well, I believe you would like to know where do herons nest. So of course, you know, it can be different with each and every heron. But generally like this heron that we have been looking at here in Okokoya, which is a little bit tricky to see. But let me see if I can get us a closer look again. So in terms of breeding, they are monogamous. But usually it's like a large stick platform that's generally placed in a tall tree, but you can also find them in reed beds. So I would guess here in Okokoya, you know, this heron would prefer a tree. But again, you know, animals are creatures of habit, but they do adapt. So whatever their circumstances, you know, force but also allow them to do, that is what they will go with. So my guess would be this black-headed heron, for instance, which is a little bit tricky to see. He's just here on the water's edge on the furthest side from us. He's probably got his nest, if he's got a girlfriend yet, in a nest high up in a tree. And again, they are one of the artificial, I almost said cubs. They are one of the artificial cubs. No, Lisa, chicks, sorry. And so they are very helpless at birth. And that is very rude, Heron. Just to take off whilst we're talking about you. Rolo, you are asking a brilliant question. When will I be out on driving Djuma? I don't know, never say never. Of course, you know, I am one of the waterhole naturalists, but you never know. Yes, I don't really know how to answer that. I would love to go to Djuma, even, you know, if I just co-host with one of the fabulous naturalists there. But yes, I am predominantly based in the city, which was actually a very difficult decision for me to make. I was actively guiding for about 10 or 11 years in the bush, and then I had to make the decision, you know, either stay in the bush, and it is difficult, believe me. A lot of naturalists will agree with me, because when you are in the bush constantly, you know, you tend to miss out on a lot of, I don't want to say normal life, but yes, the normal adult life, traffic, all of that. And yes, then I made the decision to move back home, or back to the city, I should say. And I do miss the bush though, don't get me wrong, but I don't know if I'll go back to the bush permanently ever. But you never know, hopefully one of these days I might be joining one of my naturalists, even just as a guest, on one of their new safari vehicles. Come on, last minute elephants or rhinos. I'm allowed to say that now because I haven't said it the whole Escape to Nature. So now I'm allowed to hope for those animals here in Okokweyo. But we've had a brilliant day today on Escape to Nature. Please let me know what's been your favorites. Something we discussed, something we heard, something we witnessed from the animals, whether it was an interaction or, you know, something that particular animal was doing. Like Dewey in his full glory, not giving us any yawns today. But yes, just hoping for some last minute action. And then of course, you know, if you were not able to join us on the full Escape to Nature today, you are more than welcome to download the Wild Earth app. And then what I wanted to say is, of course, you know, get the latest info from, you know, if you missed Sunset Drive or Sunrise Drive or Escape to Nature, you can always just go to Best Bits and then we highlight it for you, you know, the best bits from that show, whether it's Escape to Nature or Sunrise Drive or Sunset Drive. I know my father finds this particularly helpful. Hi Dad, if you are listening. Doubt it, because you just look at best bits. But my father asked me, you know, I really don't have the energy to listen to you for 6 hours long. Please just give me an alternative. I had him download the app, the Wild Earth app, and he can just look at the best bits. Such a nice thing to hear from your father. Oh, I thought I saw some movement. Of course, we've got our little grebe ducking and diving. That's literally ducking and diving. Come on, last minute animals. But again, I cannot complain. We've had a brilliant day here in Okukoyo, Djuma, Kariga, as well as Madikwe. It has been absolutely brilliant. Come on, animals. And I'm still waiting for some answers on what has been your favorite today. Please, I would love to hear from you. Was it a specific sighting we had, a specific topic we discussed, specific nonsense we spoke? Charles, you are saying elephants has been your favorite, I assume. Yes, mine too, but again, no surprise there. Elephants are always my favorite when they are in fact an option. So I definitely agree with you there. But I would not be too upset if we see some more elephants, but now I'm just being greedy. And of course, we will be having a wonderful sunset safari this afternoon, as always. So that will take place at 3:30 Central African Time, PM that is. But of course, after Escape to Nature, we've got Penguin Beach, which hopefully we'll see a lot of interesting interactions as well. A lot of beautiful penguins. Yesterday we saw the Dassies. I nearly died when I saw that baby Dassie. I've never seen a baby Dassie, so just, seeing it on Penguin Beach really made my day. And yes, of course, we have had a brilliant day here on Escape to Nature. We've seen a lot of beautiful interactions, reactions, behaviors, animals. It's just been an absolutely brilliant day. But of course, the questions, the comments, all of that is not just applicable to myself, that love talking with all of you and partaking in strange random quizzes. Of course, it's applicable to all of our shows. So Sunrise Safari, Escape to Nature, Penguin Beach, Sunset Safari. At the end of the day, at Wild Earth, we love to interact with all of you. We love hearing from all of you, and without all of you, none of this is possible. So please do stay tuned for Penguin Beach. In Afrikaans, we call it Pikkewynstrand. But please do stay tuned for Penguin Beach. Shoot them your questions, your comments. If you would like to learn about anything, please do let us know. And of course, on Sunset Safari, our naturalists always love hearing from everyone, and your questions are always welcome. But today has been an absolutely beautiful day here on Escape to Nature. I thank all of you for enduring my voice, my noises, my crazy questions, my crazy stories. So from myself, Lisa, thank you. It's been a brilliant day, and I really do hope you will join us again tomorrow. And of course from Mr. Steve in Madikwe, of course from Rolf in Kariga. It's really been a brilliant day with all of you. We've had so much fun. We've loved interacting with all of you, and of course we've loved learning and observing with all of you. We too are learning every single day and experiencing something new every single day. So thank you for enjoying that with us today. And we hope you have a brilliant night or day wherever you are. From myself, Lisa, ta-da!